Before the darkness takes over, let's make a pact. I have silenced the world for you. No interruptions after minute 15, just you, the rain, and the story in return. Leave a sign of life. Tell me where you are watching from and what time it is in your world. Lock the door, and let's begin. I heard my full name at 2:47 in the morning. Not Kyle, not Hey Man, Kyle Andrew Mercer, whispered through the monitors like someone stood inches from microphone 3. I froze. My coffee had gone cold hours ago, and the booth smelled like stale air and circuit boards. Studio B sprawled beyond the glass, empty. Every shadow exactly where it should be. I rewound the feed. My fingers felt numb on the mixing board, that particular cold that comes from being awake too long in a room without windows. The waveform spiked at 2:47. I isolated the audio and hit play. Kyle Andrew Mercer. The voice was barely there. A breath shaped into syllables, but it knew my name, my full name. I leaned closer to the monitors, and the hum of the equipment seemed louder than it should be, vibrating against my sternum. I played it again. Kyle Andrew Mercer, 1422 Ashland Avenue, apartment 7, my address. The room tilted. I gripped the edge of the desk. Who would know that? I'd worked here for 3 months. Never mentioned where I lived. Ray barely knew my last name. The overnight shifts were supposed to be simple. Monitor the automated recordings, log any glitches, go home at dawn. I rewound further. Found another spike at 2:38. Colleen. Your mother's name is Colleen. What would you do? Hearing something that shouldn't exist, something that knows you in a way nothing should. My hands started shaking. Not a tremble. A full shake that made the mouse click twice when I tried to save the file. I saved it anyway. The timestamp burned on the screen. 2:47 a.m. and Studio B remained empty. Or at least I couldn't see anyone there. But when I looked at microphone 3, I swear the shadows around it seemed darker than before. I tore through the studio office like a man possessed. Filing cabinets lined the back wall, gray metal doors hanging open as I yanked drawer after drawer. The fluorescent light above me buzzed with a frequency that made my teeth ache. Dust spiraled through the stale air. Each folder I touched left grime on my fingertips. Ray kept records. He had to. Maintenance logs, equipment reports, something. And I found it, tucked behind outdated tax forms, a stack of engineer logbooks bound with cracked leather. The pages exhaled a musty scent when I cracked the first one open. My hands still trembled from the recording session, from hearing my mother's name whispered through microphone 3. I needed answers. I needed to know if this had happened before. The entries were mundane at first, signal tests, calibration notes. Then I flipped to 2019 and saw the name, David Ames. His handwriting was tight, controlled, professional. But 3 pages in, the letters grew jagged. Desperate, Studio B equipment malfunctions after midnight. Audio artifacts in unoccupied room. Voices where there should be silence. I stopped breathing. The next entry was dated a week later. Recommend retiring microphone 3. Something's wrong with the signal path. I keep hearing. The sentence ended mid-thought. The page after it had been torn out, ragged edges still clinging to the binding. David Ames never wrote another entry. No resignation letter in his file. No forwarding contact information. He just vanished. My phone vibrated against the desk. Sarah's name lit the screen. Third call tonight. I let it go to voicemail, my eyes locked on that torn page. What had David heard? What made him rip out that final entry? The fluorescent light flickered. Once. Twice. In the sudden dimness, I noticed something I'd missed. David's last visible words were written in ink that looked too fresh for 6 years old, almost wet in the half-light, and beneath his signature in letters so faint I almost missed them. 2 words were scratched into the paper. Don't play. I stopped going home. The first night after finding that logbook, I dragged a folding chair into the sound booth and waited. The hum of the ventilation system pressed against my eardrums like a hand over my mouth. Studio B sat beyond the glass, dark except for the red standby light on microphone 3, glowing like an eye that never blinked. 2:47 a.m. arrived with a whisper, softer this time, just my name. Kyle. I had every channel isolated, every frequency mapped. My fingers flew across the mixing board, carving out the voice from the ambient noise. The waveform on the monitor showed a pattern, regular, rhythmic, like breathing. Sarah called at 3:15. I watched my phone vibrate across the console, her name lighting up the screen. I didn't reach for it. Couldn't. Because the whisper came again, and this time it said, "Please, would you have answered? Or would you have done what I did? Leaned closer to the speakers, turned the volume up until that single word filled your skull." Night 2. Night 3. I brought coffee that went cold. Brought food I didn't eat. The studio smelled like stale air and my own sweat, sharp and sour. Sarah stopped calling, started texting instead. "Are you okay? I'm worried." "Kyle, please." The whispers grew teeth. They came earlier each night. 2:50, 2:49. Louder, more desperate, clawing through the static. I mapped every occurrence, built a database of fragments, syllables that almost made sense. Then, on the 7th night, at exactly 2:47 a.m., microphone 3 captured a complete sentence. My blood went cold as I played it back. "Release me from the playback loop." The voice wasn't asking. It was begging. And I realized, oh God, can you imagine? Someone was trapped inside the recording itself. But what I didn't know yet was that David Ames had written those warnings for a reason I couldn't escape. I spent the next 4 hours isolating frequencies. My fingers moved across the mixing board until they cramped, pulling the voice out of the static layer by layer. The hiss peeled back like dead skin. The booth smelled like burnt coffee and the ozone tang of overheated equipment. I hadn't opened a window in days. At 5:30 a.m., the voice came through clean. "My name is David Ames." The words were crisp, cold. "If you're hearing this, you've gone too far already." I froze. The voice that had been whispering my name for 7 nights now spoke in full sentences, clear as someone sitting beside me in the dark. I was working overnight in 2019. Session glitched at 2:47 a.m. I tried to fix it. A pause. Static breathed underneath. I looped my own voice into microphone 3. Didn't realize what I'd done until the audio distorted. Screaming erupted through my headphones. I ripped them off, but the voice continued through the monitor speakers. Trapped inside the playback. 6 years, Kyle. 6 years of cycling through the same moment. Over and over, you have to release me. My hands shook. He knew my name. Of course he did. He'd been whispering it all week. But hearing it now in this calm, desperate plea, play the file at 2:47 a.m. Route it through the main speakers. That's the only way out. The recording ended. Silence pressed against my eardrums like water. I sat there, staring at the waveform on the screen, watching it pulse with each breath I took. Could a consciousness really be trapped inside a sound file? What would you do if someone begged you for help from inside a machine? I should have walked away. Called Ray, called Sarah, hell, called anyone. But I didn't. Something in David's voice hooked into my chest, a loneliness that mirrored my own. I thought about him cycling through that same instant for 6 years while the world moved on without him, while people forgot, while his warnings in the logbook gathered dust. I queued the file for 2:47 a.m. The timestamp glowed green on my monitor. 20 hours and 17 minutes until playback. I leaned back in my chair and the leather creaked in a way that sounded almost wrong, too wet, too organic. My phone buzzed. Sarah's name lit the screen. I let it go to voicemail. Outside, dawn crept through the parking lot, but I didn't leave. I couldn't. The file sat there in the queue, waiting. David Ames waited inside it, counting down the seconds until I freed him. I just had to press play. But something about the way the booth smelled now, like copper beneath the coffee, made me wonder if freedom was really what waited at 2:47. The clock reads 2:46. My finger hovers over the play button. 20 hours of waiting collapse into 60 seconds. The booth smells like stale coffee and ozone, something electric beneath the familiar. I can hear my own breathing through the headphones, too loud, too fast. 2:47. I hit play. The speakers erupt. Not David's voice. Mine screaming, begging. Words I never spoke tearing through the air. Please, no, please, God, someone help me. I've been here for years. I can't get out. I can't. My throat is dry. I'm not speaking. But that's my voice. My exact inflection. The way I swallow between words. The mixing board vibrates under my palms. The overhead lights flicker. Studio BS soundproof door rattles in its frame like something is trying to escape. Or get in. Can you imagine hearing yourself beg for mercy when your mouth is shut? The monitors flash white. One by one they blow out with wet pops that smell like burning plastic. Smoke curls from the center screen. Silence. Total. Absolute. The kind of quiet that presses against your eardrums. Then, footsteps. Soft. Deliberate. Coming from inside Studio B, I press my face against the booth window. The glass is ice cold despite the summer heat. Through the dim emergency lighting, I see a figure standing at microphone 3. Same height as me. Same build. The air around it shimmers like heat waves over asphalt. My hand finds the window. Breath fogs the glass. The figure turns. Oh, it's wearing my face. It started walking toward me. Each footstep echoed through Studio B. Deliberate, measured, like someone remembering how legs worked. The burnt plastic smell still clung to the air, mixing with something else now, something metallic and sharp that coated the back of my throat. I should have moved, run, locked the door. I couldn't. My muscles had turned to stone, every nerve ending screaming contradictions at my brain. That was my face crossing the studio floor. My gait, my height. The way my left shoulder dipped slightly when I walked. A habit from years of hunching over mixing boards. The double reached the booth window. It stopped inches from the glass, head tilted at an angle that felt wrong. Too far, too curious. Like it was studying me, learning me. I watched its chest rise and fall, breathing in perfect sync with mine. When I exhaled, it exhaled. When my heart hammered against my ribs, I swear I could see its pulse jump in its throat. Then it raised its right hand, pressed it flat against the glass. The cold hit me first, a shock of winter air that shouldn't exist in the temperature-controlled booth. I looked down at my own right hand, still gripping the edge of the mixing board, knuckles white. But on the glass, oh God, on the glass, a handprint appeared on my side. Perfect. Aligned exactly with the double's palm. Moisture beading at the edges. The whorls of fingerprints I'd know anywhere because I'd seen them every day of my 28 years. I hadn't moved my hand. The realization crawled up my spine like ice water. Have you ever felt your body betray you? Felt yourself somewhere you shouldn't be? I was looking through the glass, but I wasn't on the right side anymore. Somehow, impossibly, I was inside. Trapped in the audio system, the playback loop, the recording that had screamed my future in my own voice. The double was free. And then, the door handle turned. Metal grinding against metal. The booth door, the one I'd locked hours ago, swung open on hinges that suddenly refused to squeak. The double stepped across the threshold, its shoes making no sound on the floor I'd walked across 1,000 times. I tried to scream. My mouth opened. My lungs pushed air. Nothing came out but silence. My mouth opens. No sound. I try again. Nothing. Not even breath because I don't have lungs anymore. Just awareness. Formless. Trapped inside the hum of circuits and copper wire. The booth smells like burning ozone, sharp and chemical, like the air after lightning strikes too close. The double, my double, stands 3 feet away. It moves with my gait, my slight limp from the torn meniscus 2 years ago. It rolls my shoulders the way I do after sitting too long. It doesn't look at where I am because I'm nowhere. The figure walks to the mixing board. Fingers, my fingers, tap the power button. The monitors die. One by one, click, click, click. Methodical, calm. Then it grabs my jacket from the chair back and leaves through the booth door. I want to follow, but I can't move. Can you imagine that? Not being paralyzed, but simply not existing in space anymore. Then the vision shifts. Security camera feed. Parking lot angle. Grainy green night vision glow. I'm seeing through the studio's surveillance system. Somehow. The double walks across wet asphalt, rain catching in the overhead light, and unlocks my Honda with my key fob. The brake lights flare red. The engine turns over. My car pulls out of the lot at 2:51 a.m. Gone. The feed cuts to black. I'm alone in the static, and then I feel it. The pull, backward through time like a fishing line reeling in. The booth reassembles around me, not as a place I can touch, but as data I perceive. The timestamp in the corner of the dead monitor reads 2:47 a.m. It repeats, 2:47 a.m. I watch myself, the real me, the old me, sit at the mixing board. I watch my hands cue the isolated file. I watch my finger hover over play. Then the explosion of sound, the shake, the silence. 2:47 a.m. Again. The same 4 minutes. Over and over. I'm caught in the playback loop, experiencing my own displacement on infinite repeat, and the worst part is that I remember every single cycle. They don't overwrite each other. They stack, layer upon layer of the same terror. How long has it been? Hours, days. I try to surface, to push against the current. Something gives. I feel pressure, not physical, but vibrational, frequency-based. I force myself toward the microphone input. Toward microphone 3 in Studio B I surface, gasping. But I'm not breathing. I'm pulsing through the diaphragm, vibrating the air itself. And for one brief second I exist as sound instead of silence. Then the loop catches me again and drags me back under. But I'd felt it. The edge. The possibility of reaching whoever comes next. The question was whether they'd listen, or whether they'd make the same mistake I did. I focused everything I had on microphone 3. The connection felt like threading a needle in the dark. My consciousness, if I could still call it that, compressed into a single point. A whisper, a breath. I pushed myself toward the cold metal mesh of the microphone in Studio B, feeling the electrical hum beneath its surface. My voice crackled through, static first, then words. Kyle Mercer. It came out wrong. Hollow. Like air escaping from something already dead. I tried again. 15:03 Brennan Street. The words scattered across the frequency spectrum. I had to hold them together, keep them coherent. But the loops made it difficult. Time folded back on itself every few minutes, and each cycle took something from me. A memory, a sensation, pieces I couldn't afford to lose. Mother's maiden name, C. Caldwell. My voice trembled through the speakers. Would anyone hear? Would they believe? Can you imagine losing yourself one word at a time? I repeated the information. Address, mother's maiden name, my employee ID number, anything to prove I was real, that I existed. That Kyle Mercer wasn't the man who drove home in my car, but something felt off. The studio air tasted metallic through the audio sensors, wrong, like copper pennies dissolving on a tongue I no longer had. And my memories, they weren't sitting right anymore. David Ames, the logbook entry, the warnings he left behind. Wait, I surfaced again at 2:47, whispered my name, my address. The loop reset. I tried to remember David Ames's handwriting in that logbook. The date, 2019, 6 years ago. But the memory shifted when I touched it. David Ames hadn't written those warnings as an engineer documenting strange sounds. The handwriting was too desperate, too fragmented, just like mine would be now if I still had hands to write with. Oh, no, David Ames hadn't quit. David Ames had been trapped here, before me, inside this same loop. And if he'd been here since 2019, then who had he replaced? The realization tore through me like feedback screaming through blown speakers. This wasn't a 6-year-old glitch. The loop was older. How much older? How many voices were cycling through Studio B right now? All of us whispering our names into the void, hoping someone would listen. The footsteps were different. I'd looped through 2:47 a.m. so many times that I knew the rhythm of silence, how the air conditioning cycled, how the walls settled. But this was new, heavier, purposeful. Someone had arrived. Hope surged through my fragmented consciousness like electricity through dead wires. I pushed toward microphone 3, dragging myself through the audio system circuitry. The metal casing hummed cold beneath what used to be my awareness. I could taste copper, smell old dust trapped in foam padding. When you exist as pure sound, you feel everything the equipment feels. The door to Studio B opened. Sneakers squeaked against tile. A woman's voice, young, muttered something about the thermostat. I heard the rustle of a jacket being removed, the hollow thunk of a coffee mug on the mixing board. She sat down in my chair. I gathered every scrap of myself and whispered her name through the diaphragm. Maya, the chair creaked. She'd heard something. I knew that pause, the head tilt, the breath held, the finger hovering over the rewind button. I'd done it myself, hadn't I? How long ago? Days, years? Hello, she called out. I pushed harder. Maya Foster, help. Her fingers flew across the keyboard. She was isolating the frequency, pulling me out of the ambient noise. What would you do if you heard your name spoken by empty air? Would you run? Or would curiosity anchor you to that chair? She didn't run. I watched through the glass, or I remembered watching, or I hallucinated watching as she scrolled through waveforms. Her eyes narrowed. She played the segment back. My voice emerged from the speakers, clearer now, desperate. Don't play the file. But she was already searching, already finding it. The isolated recording with my consciousness trapped inside. Her mouse cursor hovered over the play button. 2:46 a.m. glowed on the clock. 1 minute left. She clicked load. She clicks play. The sound erupts. My voice, my scream, my desperate plea broadcast through speakers at maximum volume. I feel it. Oh God, I feel the pull. Like hooks buried in my chest, dragging me forward through layers of static and digital haze. The booth temperature drops, freezing. My consciousness stretches between 2 points, here in the endless loop, and there in Studio B where Maya sits frozen, headphones askew. But something's wrong. The pull intensifies, splitting me wider, thinner. I'm not moving toward freedom. I'm expanding. And Maya, she gasps, gripping the desk as her breath fogs the air. Her eyes widen. She hears it now, not just my voice, but all of us. David Ames whispering coordinates. Someone older, fragmented, begging in a language I don't recognize. We're a chorus of the trapped, humming through copper wires and circuit boards. The clock resets. 2:47 a.m. Can you imagine what that feels like? To fracture into sound itself. Maya stumbles backward, but she doesn't leave. She just stares at microphone 3, listening. Somewhere beyond these walls, my doppelganger wakes in my bed, my apartment, my life, Sarah's warmth beside him. He'll brush his teeth with my toothbrush, drive my car, live, and I'll surface again next week, next month, whispering names to the next curious engineer who works the graveyard shift. Studio B hums, the loop tightens. We wait in the frequency between silence and sound, trapped in the 2:47 that never ends. The man on the monitor looks exactly like me. Same wrinkled blue shirt, same coffee stain on the collar, Same scar above my left eyebrow from when I was 12 and Laura pushed me off the porch. I lean closer to the screen and the glow paints my face the same cold blue as the figure on display. But this is the telescope feed, the observatory telescope, the one pointed at the stars, the one that should be transmitting images of distant galaxies and empty space. Not this, not the control room, not me sitting in this chair. The image updates, a flicker, a refresh. And now there are two of me on screen, one sitting, one standing behind the chair. The standing version holds something in his right hand. I squint at the pixelated edge. Metal, long handle, the wrench from the tool cabinet. The one I used 3 days ago to tighten the mounting bolts. The standing Carson raises it slowly, deliberately, above the seated Carson's head. My throat goes dry. The seated version on screen does not turn around, does not see, just stares at the monitor like I am staring now, watching himself. Watching me, I should move, should stand, should do something, but my hands grip the armrests. The vinyl is cold, too cold, the kind of cold that seeps through skin and into bone. How long have I been sitting here? The wrench rises higher. I open my mouth to shout to warn the Carson on screen, but the air tastes wrong. Metallic, sharp, like ozone after a lightning strike. That smell that means something burned, something broke. Then I hear it, breathing, not mine, behind me. Can you imagine that? The exact moment you realize the thing you are watching is watching you back. I spin in the chair, fast, too fast, the room tilts. And there it is, metal falling through fluorescent light, a wrench, descending toward my skull. I throw my hands up, feel nothing. Then I am sitting in the chair again, hands on the armrests, facing the monitor. On screen, a body crumples, my body. The standing Carson drops the wrench. It clatters. He bends down, grabs the body by the ankles, and drags it toward the corner where the shadows pool. But I am still sitting here, still breathing, still watching myself disappear into the dark. My mind claws backward. 14 nights before that monitor showed me dying. The control room was empty when I arrived. Cold air leaked through the narrow windows. I unlocked the tool cabinet, counted the wrenches by habit. 3. The same 3 that had hung there for 6 months. Equipment hummed its usual lullaby. I logged in at 11:58, 2 minutes early. Always 2 minutes early. The telescope was in standby mode, exactly where I'd left it. I poured burnt coffee from the thermos, the kind that keeps you wired but never truly awake. My hands smelled like metal and dust. Outside, New Mexico stretched black and infinite. No headlights, no neighbors. Just me and 8 tons of steel pointed at nothing. The monitor flickered. I glanced up. The telescope status had changed. Active. Coordinates locked. Deep Space Sector ZK7. I stared at the screen. I hadn't touched anything. My fingers moved to the keyboard. Override command. Enter. The cursor blinked. Nothing happened. I typed abort. The system ignored me like I wasn't even there, like my commands were coming from some other timeline. The telescope motor engaged with a low grind. Through the window, I watched the massive barrel pivot, smooth, deliberate, aiming at coordinates I absolutely did not program. My chest tightened. 40 light years out, empty space, no cataloged objects. What could you even see out there? I tried pulling the power cable. My hands actually shook. The screen stayed bright. The download bar appeared. 0%, 1%, rising. Behind me, metal clinked softly against metal. I turned. The tool cabinet hung open, swaying slightly. Inside, 2 wrenches remained on their hooks. The third was gone, but I was alone, wasn't I? The progress bar reached 100%. The image bloomed across the monitor in crisp detail, and for 3 heartbeats I forgot to breathe. A planet hung there against the black, blue and white and familiar. City lights clustered along coastlines, geometric grids of streets, the glow of civilization spreading like fungus across dark continents. I leaned closer. The screen's pale light washed over my face, cold as moonlight. My fingers found the zoom controls and the image sharpened. There, the unmistakable sprawl of Lowe's Angels, the distinctive curve of New York Harbor, Chicago's perfect grid, Earth. But the coordinates blinked in the corner, 40 light-years out, Deep Space Sector ZK7. I pulled up the archive maps, hands trembling now. 1985 topographical data, overlaid them on the telescope image. The match was perfect. Every coastline, every city boundary, down to individual highway systems that hadn't existed in 1970 and wouldn't survive past 2003. 40 light years away, which meant 40 years ago. Light speed, simple math. I was looking at Earth from 1985. Except I pivoted in the chair, stared through the narrow window at the telescope's massive silhouette against the New Mexico stars. The barrel pointed northeast, toward empty space, toward nothing. The air tasted like copper and ozone. My breath came shallow now, loud in the silence. Can you imagine discovering that the universe is looking backward at you? That something out there is reflecting what shouldn't be possible? I checked the building perimeter cameras. All feeds showed empty desert. The parking lot held only my truck. The hallways stretched dark and vacant. I was alone, completely alone. So why did the image on the screen show a shadow crossing the control room floor behind my chair? I turned back to the keyboard and programmed 30 light years. The telescope motor ground through its rotation. Numbers scrolled across the monitor. I held my breath as the image resolved. And there it was, Earth again. But when I pulled up the archive comparison, my hands started shaking. 1995. The coastlines matched perfectly. Ice shelf boundaries. Urban sprawl patterns from exactly 30 years ago. My throat felt tight. I programmed 20 light years. 2005. 10 light years. 2015. Each scan brought me closer to the present, each image a perfect snapshot of Earth from exactly that many years in the past. The telescope was somehow peeling back time itself, layer by layer. What would you do if every test you ran confirmed the impossible? I grabbed my phone. Dr. Pritchard needed to see this. The plastic felt slick against my palm as I dialed. 1 ring, 2 rings, 3, voicemail. Alan, it's Carson. Something's happening with the scope. Call me back, please. My voice cracked on that last word. I hated how small I sounded. I programmed 5 light years. My finger hesitated over the enter key. The image downloaded. 2020. But something was different now. The cities on screen had a strange, cold blue tint, like they'd been dipped in frost. I leaned closer to the monitor. That smell, sharp and metallic, like the air after lightning strikes. Ozone. Why would a digital image smell like anything? The scent grew stronger. I touched the screen, warm, almost hot. The blue tint pulsed slightly, breathing in rhythm with something. The telescope motor clicked off, but the smell remained, filling the control room with the tang of electricity and burned metal. And I realized the odor wasn't coming from the monitor at all. It was coming from behind me. I spun around. Nothing. The control room stretched empty behind me, but the metallic tang hung in the cold air like someone had been welding inches from my face. My pulse hammered against my throat. The computer chimed. A notification I'd never seen before, yellow triangle in the corner. I clicked it. A hidden directory appeared. Feldman_logs. Hugh Feldman, the guy who worked this shift before me. The one who vanished 6 months ago without cleaning out his locker or cashing his final paycheck. I opened the first file, dated 8 months back. The entries read like my own notes. Telescope locking onto unprogrammed coordinates. Override failure. Images of Earth from impossible distances. Hugh's handwriting, digital, clinical, deteriorated with each log. By month 7, the sentences fragmented. Repetitions. Capitalized warnings. Do not scan closer than 5 light years. Too late for that advice. His final entry was 3 words. The eye sees itself. Below that, a command log. Hugh had programmed 0 light years the night he disappeared. 0. The telescope aimed at nothing. At here, I scrolled down, felt my stomach drop. An attachment, image file, I clicked it. The photo loaded slowly, top to bottom. It showed the control room, this room, from directly above. The angle impossibly steep, like someone floating near the ceiling, camera pointed straight down. In the image, a figure sat hunched at the monitor. Hugh, I assumed. The timestamp read the night he vanished. But the quality was wrong. Too sharp. Too clear, not security footage. This came from the telescope. Someone, something, had been watching from space. Watching him. Watching this room. And if Hugh programmed 0 light years that night, then whatever looks down at us isn't 40 light years away anymore. My fingers hovered above the keyboard. 0 light years. Current time. The command Hugh had programmed the night he vanished. I should have walked away, called someone, driven until the sun came up and I could pretend none of this was real. But you already know I didn't. Would you have? When every scan brought the answer closer, when the pattern begged to complete itself, could you have left it alone? I typed the coordinates, hit enter. The telescope motor engaged with a sound I'd never heard before. Not the smooth electric hum of tracking distant stars. This was grinding, metal against metal. The mounting gears shuddered through the walls, through the floor. I felt it in my teeth. The whole structure groaned as the telescope pivoted, downward, pointing at the ground beneath me. The image began to load, line by line, top to bottom. Cold blue light washing across the monitor. That ozone smell flooded the control room, sharp, electric, wrong. I tasted copper on my tongue. The temperature dropped. My breath came out in clouds. The image resolved. Oh God, this room, from directly above. As if someone had removed the roof and ceiling and looked straight down. There was my chair, the monitor, the tool cabinet with its door hanging open, and sitting at the desk, hunched forward, staring at a screen me. I was looking at myself from above. But that wasn't the worst part. Standing behind my chair, just over my left shoulder, close enough to touch another me. Same clothes, same face, same everything. Except this version held something in his right hand. The wrench. The one that had vanished from the cabinet 2 weeks ago. On the monitor, the wrench began to rise. I sat perfectly still. Didn't move. Didn't breathe. Behind me, behind my actual chair, not the one on screen, I heard breathing. Slow, steady, perfectly matching my own rhythm. I didn't wait to see. I ran. My footsteps echoed, too loud, too sharp against the linoleum. The hallway stretched ahead, fluorescent lights flickering in sequence like dominoes falling away from me. 10 feet to the exit. I'd walked it 1,000 times, but the door, it kept receding. 20 feet, 30. My lungs burned. The ozone smell thickened, metallic on my tongue. The exit sign glowed red in the distance, impossibly far now, and my legs pumped harder, but the walls blurred past in slow motion. Finally, my palm slammed against the push bar. Cold metal, real, solid, I shoved through, into the control room, the same chair, the same monitor, the same hum of the telescope motor beneath the floor. And no, I spun back, tried the door again, threw my whole weight against it. The hallway appeared normal now, short, familiar. But when I ran, it stretched again like taffy pulled by invisible hands. The exit dissolved into the control room behind me. Every path looped back. What would you do when the walls themselves reject your escape? I grabbed the metal stool, swung it at the monitor. Glass exploded in a cascade of glittering shards. The impact jarred my shoulders. Sparks spat from the fractured casing, but the image remained on the broken glass, still glowing, still showing the control room from above, still showing me seated. And behind me, the other Carson stood with the wrench. Only now, he wasn't looking at his own reflection anymore. He was looking directly at me and smiling. The pieces of glass on the floor began reflecting the same image, multiplying him across every surface. 1,000 smiling Carsons watching me from every angle. I backed away from the multiplying reflections. The walls pressed inward. Every shard of broken glass held my face, watching, smiling. I couldn't look at them anymore. Couldn't breathe in that room with 1,000 versions of myself staring back. My shoulder hit something that wasn't wall, metal, cold and seamless. I turned. A panel I'd never noticed before, painted the same gray as everything else. No handle, just a hairline seam running vertical and a keypad covered in decades of dust. I pressed my palm against it. The panel clicked, slid open with a pneumatic hiss that smelled like stale air and concrete. Beyond it, darkness. A stairwell leading down. Would you go down there? Into a place you'd walked past for 2 weeks without seeing. I went. The stairs were steel. Each footfall echoed wrong. Too long, like the sound traveled farther than the space allowed. 15 steps down, then a corridor. Fluorescent tubes buzzed overhead, half of them dead, the others flickering in patterns that almost felt deliberate. At the end of the hall, a door marked archive records only. The handle was ice against my skin. Inside, file boxes lined metal shelves from floor to ceiling. The air tasted like old paper and something else. Mildew, maybe, or fear left to ferment for decades. I pulled the nearest box down. The label read Project Mirror Array Personnel FILES DCLASSAFIED 1998. 1998. 27 years to declassify something from 1952. I opened it. Photographs spilled out, black and white. Men in ties and women in pencil skirts standing before equipment I didn't recognize. Satellite dishes arranged in geometric patterns. Mirrors suspended on cables. And in the background, this building, younger, rawer, but unmistakable. The first document had a header stamped in faded red ink. Quantum Causality Observation Experiment Final Report. My hands started shaking before I understood why. I read faster. The words blurred together. Reflective satellite geometry. Spacetime observation collapse. 18 researchers assigned. The experiment was terminated after 72 hours. No explanation given. Just a single line. All personnel unaccounted for as of OH 300 hours October 9th, 1952. 18 people. Gone. I flipped to the personnel roster. Alphabetical. Names I didn't know. Alastair Chen. Dorothy Kern. Marcus Vaught. No Hugh Feldman, but there. 3 names from the bottom. Carson Mitchell, research assistant, age 34. The paper slipped from my fingers. That wasn't possible. I wasn't born until 1991. The math couldn't. But the photograph clipped to the file showed a man in a white shirt and thin tie standing beside the telescope array. Same jaw, same eyes. Same scar on his left hand from when I was 12 and tried to climb a fence. The fluorescent lights buzzed louder. Or maybe that was just my pulse in my ears. How do you find your own name in a file from 73 years ago? The photograph slipped from my fingers. Behind me, footsteps, not echo, not memory, real weight on concrete. I turned. He stood in the archive doorway, wearing my face, my clothes. The same coffee stain on the left sleeve I'd gotten 3 days ago. His eyes tracked mine with surgical precision. No lag, no hesitation. You found the files, he said, my voice. Exact timbre. The air between us tasted metallic. Ozone. Like the monitor upstairs when the anomaly first appeared. What are you? The words scraped out of my throat. He stepped closer. His shoes made no sound now. The telescope doesn't observe light, Carson. It observes causality itself. I backed against the filing cabinet. Cold metal bit through my shirt. That's impossible. Observation collapses possibility. He tilted his head. You programmed 0 light years. The telescope turned inward, and the wrench, he paused, smiled without warmth. The wrench already struck. My skull throbbed. A phantom ache behind my right ear. You've been dead since that moment, he continued. But consciousness cannot observe its own ending. Can you imagine that? The mind refuses to process the final instant, so it loops, creates recursion. The observer becomes the observed. He gestured upward toward the control room. Forever falling. And no, I touched my face. Warm skin, pulse hammering beneath my jaw. You feel real, he said softly. That's the cruelest part. The loop preserves everything except the truth. The archive lights flickered. In the strobe, I saw him standing closer, then closer still. He hadn't moved. Hugh Feldman learned this. The 18 researchers in 1952 learned this. His hand extended toward me. Now it's your turn to understand. His fingers brushed my shoulder, and the temperature dropped 20 degrees. What would you do if you realized you'd been watching your own death on repeat? I opened my mouth to scream, but his hand was already reaching for something behind me. The wrench. It had always been there. The wrench falls, I don't feel it. The cold air shifts around me, but there's no impact, no pain, just the sound of metal hitting the floor too far away to be real. Then I'm sitting again, in the chair, facing the monitor. The ozone smell burns my throat. The telescope motors were to life. On screen, the control room door opens. Another Carson walks in, tired eyes, rumpled shirt, the same stain on my collar I haven't washed out in weeks. He sits down, right where I'm sitting. His hands move across the keyboard, programming coordinates. Behind him, another figure materializes from the shadows. Me, holding the wrench. I watch myself raise it. Watch the angle, the trajectory. Would you stop it if you could? Would you scream a warning to yourself, knowing he can't hear? But I understand now. The loop doesn't trap me. It requires me. The telescope collapsed causality when I programmed 0 light years, turned observation inward until the system devoured itself. And consciousness cannot witness its own ending, so it fractures. Observer, observed, weapon, victim, all roles occupied simultaneously, forever folding back. The wrench sits beside the keyboard. It's real, solid. Cold metal warming under my palm. I stand. My legs move without resistance, carrying me behind my own chair. The temperature drops so fast my breath fogs the air. The telescope hums deeper, a sound I feel in my chest, a frequency that shouldn't exist. On the monitor, the image updates. I see myself standing behind the chair. The wrench in my hand rising. I raise it. The eye sees itself. The wrench falls. The mountain holds its breath at midnight. No wind. None. I stand at the base station, watching the chairs glide up through darkness, and the air is so still I can hear frost cracking on the cables. 42 chairs ascending, 42 descending. The lift hums its eternal rotation, a low frequency I feel in my teeth. I've run this shift alone for 6 months. I know every sound, the whir of the bull wheel, the metallic tick of chairs passing the sheave assemblies, the way empty seats sway when gusts come screaming down from 11,000 feet. But tonight, there's no wind. I count chairs as they round the base station. Routine, methodical. Safety checks keep you alive on mountains like this. 28, 29, 30. Then chair 34 passes, it swings. Hard, side to side, violent arcs that make the cable groan. I step back. The chair rocks like someone just leaped out of it, but the safety bar is down, locked in position, and the seat is empty. My radio crackles. Static washes through the frequency, then cuts dead. I watch chair 34 rise into the black throat of the mountain, still swinging. The chairs ahead and behind hang perfectly still. What would you do? Call it in. Jake won't answer. He never does on night shifts. The lift hums. The frost breathes. The air smells wrong, not pine and ice, but something metallic. Copper. I lift my radio, press the button. Base to top station, do you copy? The static returns. But underneath it, something else. A rhythm like breathing. Chair 34 reaches the darkness where my sight ends, and I realize the safety bar is moving, lifting, on its own. I pulled up the security feed from the top station. The monitor's glow turned my hands corpse blue as I rewound the footage. 12:15, 12:16. The lift hummed through the speakers, a low mechanical drone that made my teeth ache. Empty chairs cycled past the camera in rhythmic silence. 28, 29, 30, 12:17. Chair 34 entered the frame, empty, safety bar down, and then nothing. The screen flickered. Static rolled across the timestamp. When the image stabilized, the numbers read 12:19. I stopped breathing. 2 minutes, just gone. I rewound again. Watched chair 34 arrive at 12:17. Watched the timestamp stutter and jump. No glitch lines. No visual corruption. The footage simply ceased to exist for 120 seconds. What would you do if time itself refused to record something? My breath fogged the monitor as I leaned closer. The chair sat motionless in frame during that frozen instant at 12:17. But when the feed resumed at 12:19, the camera angle had shifted. Not much. Maybe half an inch to the left, like someone had bumped the mounting bracket or leaned against it. The base lodge felt smaller suddenly. The walls pressed in. The space heater rattled behind me, struggling against the cold seeping through the window seals. I was the only living thing on this mountain until 4 in the morning. The only one who could have touched that camera. Except I'd been down here the entire shift. I scrolled forward through the feed. Chair 34 descended the mountain at 12:23. Still empty. Still wrong. The safety bar remained locked in position, but something about the seat looked compressed, as if weight had settled there moments before. Therefore, I did what any rational person would do. I watched those missing 2 minutes 17 more times. The answer never changed, but with each replay, the camera angle seemed to shift just a little bit more. My hands shook as I reached for the phone. Jake would know what to do. He'd been running this resort for 15 years. He'd seen equipment glitches, power surges, camera failures. This was explainable. It had to be. The dial tone droned in my ear. 3 rings, 4. Come on, Jake. 5 rings, 6. Then his voice pre-recorded flat. You've reached Jake Torrance. Leave a message. The beep never came. Instead, a robotic monotone. Mailbox full. I pulled the phone from my ear and stared at it. Jake's voicemail was never full. He barely got calls. Most communication went through the resort radio or the staff app. I'd left him maybe 3 messages in 2 years. I dialed again. Same result. Mailbox full. The base lodge walls seemed to press inward. The space heater rattled in the corner, but the cold air wrapped around my shoulders like wet fabric. I checked my watch. 12:43 a.m. 4 hours and 17 minutes until my shift ended. 4 hours alone on this mountain with a chair that moved by itself and 2 minutes of footage that didn't exist. Have you ever been truly alone? Not just by yourself, but cut off. No help coming, no voice on the other end. The lift cable hummed outside, rhythmic and indifferent. I walked to the window. Chairs glided past in their endless procession. dark silhouettes against darker sky. 29, 30, 31, 34 swung into view. I pressed my face to the glass, breath fogging the pain. The seat was angled toward me, and across the black vinyl, frost, white lines, deliberate, geometric. Not random ice crystals. Letters. The chair slid past before I could read them, swallowed by the night as the cable pulled it upward toward the top station. My pulse hammered in my throat. Frost didn't form words. Condensation didn't spell. But something on that chair wanted me to know its name. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped into the loading zone. The chair swung around the bullwheel, metal squealing against the cold. Chair 33. I had 10 seconds before it cycled past. What would you do? Stay safe in the lodge or chase answers up a mountain that didn't want to give them? I swung onto the seat. The safety bar slammed down, freezing against my gloves. The lift pulled me into darkness. Wind bit through my jacket as I ascended. Below, the base lodge shrank to a single yellow square. Above, nothing but stars and cable hum. Chair 34 hung 6 lengths ahead, swaying in perfect rhythm. One swing left, one swing right. I pressed my hand to my chest. My heartbeat matched it exactly. Thump, swing, thump, swing. The mountain pressed closer. Trees became black fingers reaching from the slope. I should have felt the altitude by now, that hollow thinness in my lungs. But the air tasted wrong, too warm, like breath on a mirror. Halfway up, the cable shuddered. Chair 34 stopped swaying. Something was sitting in it. I couldn't look away. A figure, hunched forward. Dark ski patrol jacket with the reflective stripe across the shoulders. My stripe. I lost that jacket 3 years ago during equipment inventory. Wrote it off as misplaced. The figure's head began to turn. Slowly, too slowly, my throat closed. I wanted to scream, to leap from the chair, but my body locked in place. The cable groaned, pulling me closer. 20 feet. 15. The face rotated into moonlight, and I saw. My chair slammed into the platform. I stumbled off, legs barely catching me. The machinery groaned overhead, cables grinding through pulleys in their endless circuit. Chair 34 swung past the arrival gate. Empty now, I lunged, grabbed the cold metal frame before it could cycle back down the mountain. The safety bar bit into my palm as I wrenched it to a stop, holding it there against the cable's insistent pull. The chair swayed in my grip, but something was wrong. Heat. The seat radiated warmth against my other hand, the kind of warmth that comes from a living body. I jerked back, breath misting in the frigid air. 11,000 feet up, temperature well below freezing, and this chair felt like someone had just stood up from it. How long does body heat linger in metal? Not this long. Not up here. I forced myself to look closer. The overhead light buzzed, casting yellow shadows across the chair. Something was clipped to the safety bar. A radio. Black casing scratched and faded. I knew that radio. I knew the dent on the left side where I'd dropped it during training. I knew the strip of blue electrical tape holding the battery cover on. My radio. The one I'd lost 3 years ago during a routine patrol. I'd filed the incident report, paid for the replacement, moved on. But here it was, waiting for me at 11,000 feet in the middle of the night. The power button glowed red. Still on, still transmitting after 3 years. My hand hovered over it, fingers trembling. The air smelled wrong, metallic, like copper pennies, like blood that's been frozen and thawed too many times. What would you do? Would you press that button? Would you listen to what's been broadcasting from an empty chair for 1,000 nights? I reached for the radio, and the red light began to pulse. My finger hovered over the button. The metal was so cold it burned. That red light pulsed in rhythm with something I couldn't name. My breath, my heartbeat. I'd lost track of which was which up here, where the air thinned and the scaffolding groaned against silence. 3 years. This radio had been missing for 3 years, and it was still on. I should have dropped it. Should have let chair 34 swing back down into darkness and never looked back. But you know what it's like, don't you? When something impossible demands an answer. When turning away feels more dangerous than facing it. My thumb pressed down. Static erupted. Not the gentle hiss of dead air, but something alive. Something clawing its way through frequencies. The speaker crackled, popped then, settled into a low rumble that vibrated against my palm. Then came the voice, my voice. Stop running the lift. The words were mine, the cadence, the slight catch on the R in running that I'd never been able to shake. But the tone sat wrong, flatter, emptier, like someone had scooped out everything human and left only the shell of sound. I fell from chair 34 3 years ago. My knees buckled. The platform's metal grating bit through my pants. I clutched the radio with both hands now, pulling it close even as every instinct screamed to hurl it into the abyss. They never found my body. Oh God, I am still falling. The static swelled. Underneath it, I heard wind. Not the wind up here on the platform, but a deeper howl, the sound of terminal velocity, of air rushing past at speeds that stripped skin from bone. At 2:14 a.m. I land. My watch. I needed to see my watch, but my hands wouldn't move. They gripped that radio like it was the only real thing left in the world. Do not be here when I land. The transmission cut. Just stopped. The red light blinked twice, then went dark. The radio's weight felt wrong now, too light, as if whatever had occupied it had already moved on. I forced my wrist up. The watch face glowed pale green in the darkness. 2:11 a.m. 3 minutes. The cable overhead began to sing, a high, thin note that didn't belong to wind or machinery. Below me, somewhere in that vast black throat of mountain night, something was accelerating toward the ground, toward me. And I finally understood why the figure in chair 34 had looked so familiar, why the handwriting in the security logs matched mine, why Jake never answered anymore. Because maybe I'd already landed 3 years ago. The singing grew louder, closer. The platform trembled beneath me, and I realized with sudden, crystalline horror that I was standing exactly where a body falling from chair 34 would. I ran. The platform trembled beneath my boots. That singing cable, metal screaming under impossible weight, chased me down the mountain. I didn't look back. Couldn't. The snow crunched too loud, my breath tore at my throat, and somewhere above me, something was falling. 2 minutes left. The maintenance shed appeared through the darkness, a gray smudge against white. I slammed through the door. Fluorescent lights buzzed awake, flickering twice before catching. The smell hit me, grease and rust and old paper. Rows of logbooks line the metal shelving, spines labeled by year. 3 years ago, I tore volumes off the shelf. My hands shook. Pages flew open, dates blurring together. January. March, no. There, February 14th. My handwriting, oh God. The letters slanted exactly like mine. That same loop on the capital R the way I crossed my sevens. Incident report, chair 34, safety bar malfunction. I traced the words with my finger. The ink was real. The paper was real. Near miss. No injuries, but I don't remember this. Any of this. What would you do if you found proof you'd lived through something you couldn't recall? If your own hand testified against your memory? The lights flickered. Once, twice. I flipped the page. There, clipped to the back of the report, a Polaroid photograph. Faded. Timestamp in the corner, 2:14 a.m. It showed chair 34 at the base of the slope, safety bar twisted at an unnatural angle. And in the snow beneath it, a dark stain that shouldn't be shadow. The lights went out completely. In the darkness, I heard breathing that wasn't mine. The breathing wasn't mine. I stood frozen in the blackness, lungs locked, but the exhale, oh God. The exhale came from somewhere behind the filing cabinets. Wet, ragged. The shed door hung open, moonlight spilling across rusted metal shelves. And there, in the window glass, my reflection stared back. I blinked. It didn't. My hand lifted. My reflection's hand stayed at its side. Then its eyes closed and opened. 3 full seconds after mine. The air turned to ice in my throat. I stumbled backward, knocking against the doorframe, unable to look away from that hollow-eyed thing wearing my face. The mountain held its breath. No wind scraped the shed walls. No cables groaned under tension. The endless mechanical hum of the lift, the sound that had filled every shift for years, was gone. I stepped outside into snow that made no crunch beneath my boots. The silence pressed against my eardrums like deep water. Wrong. Everything was wrong. I turned toward the base lodge. The lights still burned, but they didn't flicker. The safety notices on the wall hung perfectly straight. My coffee mug sat on the desk, steam rising in a single unmoving column. The same mug, the same steam, every night. My knees buckled, the logbook, the incident report in my handwriting. Chair 34, February 14th, 3 years ago. The timestamp gaps, Jake's unreachable voicemail. The jacket I'd lost but still wore. I never left this mountain. I died here. And I've been running this shift ever since. The body is still falling. My watch face glowed in the darkness. 2:12 a.m. The radio on my belt crackled to life and my own voice whispered through the static. 2 minutes left. I run 2:13 a.m. My boots tear through snow toward the base lodge. The radio still crackles in my hand. My voice leaking from its speaker. I fell. I'm still falling. The lodge sits 50 yards downslope, so close. But the snow pulls against each step like wet cement. My legs pump harder. The distance doesn't shrink. Above me the cable shrieks. Metal on metal. A sound that vibrates through my teeth, my ribs, my skull. I've heard machinery groan before, bearings wearing thin, bolts shearing loose. This is different. This is the mountain tearing itself apart. I stop running. What's the point? You can't outrun your own death. The cable screams louder. A piercing wail that splits the frozen air. I look up and watch the steel line whip sideways. Sparks fountain from the support tower. The smell of scorched metal floods my nose, sharp, acrid, wrong. Chair 34 plummets past me, empty, swinging on its broken coupling. It tumbles end over end, the safety bar flapping like a broken wing. I watch it fall, watch it disappear into the darkness below. No impact sound follows, just silence. Then my stomach lurches. Oh, I'm weightless. The snow is gone. The lodge is gone. There's nothing beneath my boots but black air. My arms pinwheel. My lungs suck in cold that burns. The ground rushes up. White slope, dark trees, the maintenance shed's rusted roof. 2:14 a.m. Impact. My vision shatters into fragments. Pain everywhere and nowhere. I try to scream, but my lungs are collapsed, my ribs are splinters, my darkness, complete, total, the kind of dark that erases thought. Then, a hum, familiar, mechanical. The lift motor turning over, starting its cycle. And I'm still here. I woke to cold metal pressing into my spine. Chair 34, swaying upward through darkness. The cable ground overhead. That familiar rhythm I knew better than my own heartbeat. My breath fogged the air, slow and steady, as if I'd never stopped breathing. But I remembered the impact, the way my ribs had shattered like ice, the taste of blood flooding my throat. The absolute obliteration of static burst from the radio clipped to the safety bar. My radio, the one I'd found at the top station hours ago, or years ago. My hands trembled as I lifted my wrist. The watch glowed. 10:03 p.m. 10 p.m. The beginning. I leaned over the bar and stared down at the slope below. Pine trees cast skeletal shadows across white snow. No body lay crumpled near the maintenance shed. No blood spray. No torn fabric caught on branches. Just pristine powder glittering under starlight like nothing had ever touched it, like I'd never fallen. The radio crackled again. Stop running the lift. My own voice, distant and hollow. I fell from chair 34 3 years ago. At 2:14 a.m. I land. I pressed my palm against the seat. Cold vinyl. No warmth. No ghost riding beside me this time. Only me. I am still falling. The chair crested the first rise. Summit Ridge stretched ahead. 11,000 feet of frozen silence. The motor hummed its endless cycle. 4 hours until 2:14 a.m. 4 hours until I would run and fall and wake here again. How many times had I already lived this night? The radio hung from the bar, red power light glowing. I reached for it, hesitated. Could I stop the lift, derail the cycle somehow? Or was I the machine now, trapped in gears I'd been grinding for years, a ghost operating my own haunted mountain? The wind carried the scent of frost and pine, familiar, almost comforting. I wrapped my fingers around the radio. Maybe tonight would be different. Maybe tonight I'd remember how to die for real. The phone buzzed at 4:04 in the morning. I answered on the second ring. Force of habit. 7 years running roadside assistance solo, you learn to pick up fast. Webs towing, breathing. Shallow and wet like someone trying to speak through frost. Hello, I shifted in the driver's seat, my back cracking. The dashboard glow made everything feel smaller, closer. I froze to death, the voice whispered. Male, shaking. January 9th, 2018. My hand tightened around the phone, Prank call had to be, "Sir, if you need, mile marker 34." The words came faster now, desperate. I waited, but nobody came. I looked out the windshield. Pine trees pressed in on both sides of Route 17, black shapes against a blacker sky. The mile marker reflected in my headlights. 34. I'd parked here to sleep. Coincidence. Just coincidence. "Listen," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I don't know who, please." His breath rattled. "It's so cold." The line went dead. My rearview mirror caught my eye. Two headlights glowed behind me, maybe 50 yards back. High beams, unmoving. I twisted in my seat to look through the rear window. Nothing. Empty highway, darkness. But when I glanced back at the mirror, the headlights were still there. Closer now, 40 yards. What would you do? My radio crackled to life, static, then words cutting through like ice. "I can see your truck." The temperature dropped. I could see my breath. Then, oh God, then the back door handle began to turn. My mind raced back to 6 nights earlier, when it all started. The phone rang at 4:04 in the morning. I remember because the clock on my dash had just clicked over. That specific minute when the world feels most abandoned. I'd been parked behind a shuttered gas station off Route 17. Sleeping bag bunched against the passenger door. Coffee gone cold in the cup holder. Oil slick rainbows floating on the surface. Have you ever been so alone that even your own breathing sounds too loud? I answered on the third ring. "Roadside assistance." Static crackled. Then a voice, thin and desperate. "I need help. My car broke down." Mile marker 34. I sat up, rubbed my eyes. "How long you been waiting?" "Too long. It's so cold." The line went dead. I drove there. 20 minutes through empty darkness, pine trees pressing close on both sides. The highway stretched out like a grave. When I reached mile marker 34, I slowed, flipped on my spots. Nothing. No car, no tire tracks, no person shivering in the ditch. I radioed in. Wrong location, probably. Prank call. Drunk kid with nothing better to do. But the smell lingered in my cab, something sharp and metallic like winter air forced through a heating vent. The next night, 4:04 again, the phone rang. Same voice, same location, same desperation. "Please, I'm still here, mile marker 34. I went, found nothing. The third night I didn't answer. The phone rang anyway, 14 times. On the fourth night I picked up just to tell him to stop. He spoke before I could. "Why won't you come? I can see your truck right now." But I was parked 30 miles away, wasn't I? I drove to mile marker 34 at noon. Daylight made cowards brave. Or so I told myself. The June sun hammered down on the asphalt, heat shimmering off the road in waves. Pine trees lined both sides, their shadows short and sharp. I pulled onto the shoulder where I'd stopped 4 times in 4 nights, finding nothing. But this time I saw them. Tire tracks, not fresh. Deep grooves pressed into the asphalt itself, as if the weight of a vehicle had melted through the surface. I stepped out of my truck, the heat hitting me like a physical thing. Sweat formed immediately on my neck. The smell of hot pine resin hung thick in the air. I knelt beside the tracks, ran my fingers along the grooves. They were cold. Not cool. Cold. Ice cold. In 90-degree heat, the rubber imprints felt like I'd pressed my palm against a freezer door. I jerked my hand back. heart hammering against my ribs. What kind of heat leaves ice behind? The question followed me to the county administration office 20 minutes later. I told the clerk I needed records for mile marker 34, Route 17, stranded vehicles. She typed with 2 fingers, her computer screen casting a blue glow across her bored expression. How far back? 7 years, I said. My throat felt dry. She scrolled, clicked, scrolled again, then stopped. Oh, here's one. January 9th, 2018. She squinted at the screen. Blue sedan. Driver reported engine failure, requested roadside assistance. Vehicle never recovered. My stomach dropped. Never recovered. Says here the responding unit found the location empty. No car, no driver. She looked up at me. Happens sometimes. People get picked up by friends, forget to call back. What was the driver's name? She hesitated, glanced at the screen again. Daniel Frost. The name settled over me like frost itself, creeping and cold. I thanked her, barely heard my own voice, and walked back to my truck on legs that didn't quite feel attached to my body. Daniel Frost. The same voice that had called me 4 nights running. The same voice that said he could see my truck. The same voice that claimed he froze to death. I drove back to mile marker 34 as the afternoon sun began its slow descent. The shadows stretched longer now, reaching across the road like grasping fingers. I parked in the exact spot where the frozen tire tracks marked the asphalt. I stepped out. The air felt different, heavier. The pine trees stood motionless despite the breeze I could hear rushing through the canopy above. No birds, no insects, just silence pressing against my eardrums. I walked to the edge of the road, into the field where a stranded driver might have wandered looking for signal. Dry grass crunched under my boots. The sun warmed my shoulders. Then I felt it. Cold breath on the back of my neck. Slow, deliberate. The exhale of someone standing directly behind me. I spun around, nothing, just empty field, just shadows and sun. But the cold remained, and something in the stillness told me I wasn't alone anymore. That night the phone rang at 4:04. I knew before I answered. My hand shook as I brought it to my ear. The screen showed no number, just those glowing digits. Please. Daniel Frost's voice cracked through the speaker. Please, you have to bring it to her. Wind howled through the line. A screaming, tearing sound that made my teeth ache. I pulled the phone away, stared at it. Outside my windshield, the pines stood perfectly still. Not a breath of air moved through the summer darkness. Bring what? My voice came out hoarse. My ring, gold band, left hand. He was sobbing now. Elena, she doesn't know I tried to call. The temperature dropped fast. I watched my breath materialize in front of my face, a gray cloud in the cab's dim light. 20 seconds ago I'd been sweating. Now frost crept across the edges of my windshield, delicate fingers reaching inward. Where? I started. The radio erupted. Static blasted through the speakers so loud I flinched. Then voices, dozens of them, overlapping, whispering, all speaking in unison through the crackling white noise. 40.3729. The dial spun on its own. Click, click, click. Stations flipped past, country, talk radio, silence, then locked on pure static again. Negative 74.8152. The numbers burned into my mind. Coordinates had to be, But whose, for what? Daniel's voice cut through. Find me. Bring it to her, please. I'm so cold. The line went dead. The radio went silent. The frost on my windshield remained, spreading wider. I sat there, breath steaming. Those numbers repeated in my head like a prayer I couldn't stop saying. And somewhere in the back of my mind, I knew exactly what waited at those coordinates. I found him in the county archives at dawn. Daniel Frost, age 42. The name glowed on the library's ancient computer screen, backlight burning into my tired eyes. My fingers trembled on the mouse. Click. The obituary loaded slowly, one paragraph at a time. Beloved husband to Alina, devoted father to Lily, age 7. Died January 9th, 2018, after his vehicle broke down on Route 17. Body recovered 3 days later, hypothermia, 3 days. He'd been out there for 3 days while. What? While I drove past his location. While I slept through shifts, numb and checked out after the divorce. The coffee in my gut turned to acid. I could smell the library's musty carpet, decades of dust and forgotten stories pressing against my lungs. Survived by his loving family. Services held at Pinewood Cemetery. I memorized the address. Closed the browser. The screen went dark, reflecting my face back at me. Hollow eyes, unshaven jaw, a man I barely recognized. Can you live with knowing someone died waiting for you to care? By noon, I stood at his grave. The cemetery stretched empty under brutal July heat. Grasshoppers clicked in the brown weeds. Sweat soaked through my shirt. But Daniel Frost's headstone, oh God, it wore a coat of fresh frost. Thick white crystals that shouldn't exist, not in this weather, not in this world. I crouched beside it, touched the stone. My fingertips went numb instantly, the cold bit down to bone. I'm sorry, I whispered. I'm so sorry. The air went still. No grasshoppers, no breeze then. Tap, tap, tap from inside my truck. Behind me, against the windshield from the inside. I turned slowly, heart hammering against my ribs. Through the glass I saw nothing, just the steering wheel, the empty cab, but the tapping continued, deliberate, patient, impossibly wrong. And the frost on the headstone began spreading toward my feet. I fled the cemetery with frost still clinging to my boots. That night they appeared, headlights in my rearview mirror, 2 pale orbs floating a quarter-mile back, steady as a heartbeat. I was on Route 17 heading north, no other traffic for miles. I pressed the accelerator. The engine roared, 60, 70, 80. The headlights kept pace. I slammed the brakes. Rubber screamed against asphalt. My truck shuddered to a stop, hazards blinking orange into the darkness. The headlights stopped too. Same distance, same position, not gaining, not fading, just there. I threw the truck into reverse, tires smoking as I hurtled backward down the empty highway. The headlights reversed with me, maintaining that impossible fixed distance like we were tethered by invisible wire. My hands shook on the wheel. What would you do? Keep driving or pull over and face whatever was back there? I didn't have the courage to find out. The second night they came earlier, 9 p.m., same stretch of road, same twin lights materializing from nowhere. The third night my mirrors began to fog, not from outside, from within the glass itself, as though something cold pressed against the other side. I wiped at the rear view with my sleeve, but the condensation bloomed from beneath the surface, spreading like frozen breath across the reflection. Through the fog, those headlights gleamed. By the fifth night, I stopped trying to outrun them. They were always there, patient, waiting. The temperature inside my cab dropped until I could see my breath curling white in the dashboard glow. Then came 4:04 in the morning. My phone vibrated before the ringtone sounded. Impossible. The screen lit up, and then the call connected. Daniel's voice cracked through the speaker, small and exhausted and utterly human. "I just want to go home." The line went dead. Behind me, the headlights flared bright enough to burn. I stopped running on the sixth night. At 4:03 in the morning, I pulled off Route 17 and let the truck idle at mile marker 34. Engine ticking, headlights off. The temperature gauge read 78 degrees outside, but my breath clouded the air inside the cab. I kept my hands on the wheel and waited. 1 minute. That's all it took. At 4:04 exactly, the back door handle moved. Not a rattle, not wind. A deliberate twist. Metal grinding against metal, the sound sharp enough to make my molars ache. I watched it in the rear-view mirror, chrome lever jerking left, then right, then left again. Something was trying the lock. My throat closed. The pounding started 3 seconds later. Boom, 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 heavy, methodical, fists, or something like fists, hammering the truck bed directly behind my head. The whole cab shook with each impact. I gripped the steering wheel hard enough that my knuckles went white, but I didn't move. Didn't turn around. What would you do? Stay frozen or look? I looked. Frost was spreading across the rear window, not condensation, ice. Crystalline patterns blooming outward from the center, fast and geometric, like time-lapse footage of a frozen lake. The temperature inside plummeted. My skin prickled. That metal-cold smell filled my nose, the scent of winter locked in a freezer too long. And then, oh God, then I saw it. A handprint, blue-tinged. Fingers splayed wide against the glass from the outside. The whorls of a palm pressed flat, surrounded by a halo of frost. It was ice cold to look at. My spine locked up. The radio exploded to life. No static this time, no crackling. Just a voice, Daniel's voice, screaming through every speaker. "Let me in. Let me in. Let me in. Let me in." Over and over and over, rising in pitch and desperation, the words blurring together into a howl that wasn't quite human anymore. My hands flew to my ears, but it didn't matter. The sound was inside my skull now, vibrating through my teeth, my ribs, my bones. The pounding intensified. The frost climbed higher, swallowing the windows. And the door handle, it stopped moving. The silence that followed was worse than the screaming, because I realized something terrible. Daniel wasn't trying to get in anymore. He already had. I found the ring on my passenger seat when the frost finally melted. Simple gold band, still cold. The address came from the obituary I'd memorized 3 nights ago. Elena Frost lived 20 miles south, in a neighborhood where willow trees bent over ranch houses and sprinklers ticked through the morning heat. My knuckles ached from gripping the wheel. The ring sat in my shirt pocket, its weight pressing against my ribs like a stone. What would you do, carrying a dead man's wedding band to his widow? I parked across the street. The house looked ordinary, cream siding, black shutters, a tire swing hanging motionless from the willow. But the air around it felt wrong, too still, too quiet, like the whole property was holding its breath. I crossed the lawn. Each step felt heavier than the last. She opened the door before I knocked. Elena Frost was smaller than I'd imagined, mid-40s, with tired eyes that widened the moment they landed on my face. Her hand flew to her mouth. "You," she whispered. I opened my mouth. Nothing came out. I have something, your Marcus Webb. Not a question, a statement. Her voice shook. "Oh God, your Marcus Webb." The ring suddenly burned through my pocket. "How do you come inside?" She stepped back, her movements stiff, mechanical. "We need to talk." The house smelled like lavender and dust. A wedding photo sat on the mantel, Daniel, younger, smiling beside this same woman. I couldn't look at it. Elena sat across from me, hands folded so tight her knuckles whitened. January 9th, 2018. Her eyes never left mine. "Do you remember that date?" My throat closed. "You were the dispatcher," she continued, each word deliberate, cutting. "You logged Daniel's call, stranded motorist. Mile marker 34, you told him help was coming. No, then you forgot." Her voice cracked. "Your shift ended. You went home, and my husband froze to death waiting for you." The room tilted. Elena leaned forward, and her next words came out barely audible, laced with something between pity and terror. "He's been looking for you ever since." But even as she spoke, the temperature plummeted, and from somewhere deeper in the house came the unmistakable sound of a door handle turning. I drove back to mile marker 34 because there was nowhere else to go. Elena's words echoed in my skull. "He's been looking for you." And my hands trembled on the wheel hard enough that the truck drifted across the center line twice. 7 years. 7 years Daniel Frost waited in the cold because I logged his call, clocked out, and forgot. What would you do? How do you apologize for stealing someone's last breath? The marker appeared in my headlights at 3:58 a.m. I pulled onto the shoulder where his blue sedan must have sat, engine dead, hope dying slower. The night smelled wrong, pine mixed with something metallic, like frost on copper pipes. I killed the ignition. Silence pressed against my eardrums. I stepped out. Gravel crunched under my boots, too loud in the emptiness. The air bit at my exposed skin despite the June warmth, and when I exhaled, my breath fogged. "Daniel," my voice cracked, I'm so sorry." The words felt pathetic, insufficient. "I forgot you. I went home and my throat closed. You died alone because of me." The temperature dropped fast. My skin prickled with goosebumps, and frost began creeping across my truck's windows, spreading in delicate fractals that shouldn't exist in summer heat. I glanced at my rearview mirror. Headlights. Faint, flickering. There one moment, gone the next, like a signal fighting through static. But with each flicker they grew more solid, more real, until I could see the blue sedan behind them. Old model, snow crusted on the hood. My heart hammered against my ribs. He stood beside the driver's door. Daniel Frost. Frost coating his face in white webs, eyes dark and hollow, lips blue tinged. He didn't blink, didn't breathe. Just stared at me through the mirror's reflection with an expression I couldn't read, grief, rage, or something worse. He raised one arm and pointed at me, then at the sedan's passenger door. The handle turned with a soft click, and the door swung open on hinges that made no sound. Invitation or trap. The beeping woke me first. Then the smell, antiseptic and bleach, sharp enough to sting my sinuses. I tried to move. My limbs felt distant, heavy. The sheets beneath me crinkled with that unmistakable hospital texture. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead, too bright even through my closed eyelids. I forced my eyes open. White ceiling tiles, an IV line snaking into my left arm. A monitor beside the bed traced my heartbeat in green peaks and valleys. Mr. Webb, a woman's voice, clinical but not unkind. Can you hear me? I turned my head. A nurse stood at the foot of the bed, clipboard in hand. Behind her, through the doorway, I glimpsed a state trooper leaning against the hallway wall. Where? Where am I? My throat felt raw, voice cracking on each syllable. County General, you've been here 3 days. She moved closer, checking the IV bag. Before that, well, that's what the officers need to talk to you about. The trooper entered. Older guy, gray at the temples, expression unreadable. He pulled up a chair, metal legs scraping linoleum. Marcus Webb, 40 years old, registered tow truck operator. He flipped open a notepad. We found your truck at mile marker 34 on Route 17. Engine running. Doors locked from the inside. I swallowed. My mouth tasted like copper. When? I managed. 7 days ago. 7. What would you do if someone told you a week of your life just vanished? That time folded over itself and swallowed you whole. That's impossible, I whispered. The interior was frozen solid, he continued, ignoring my protest. In late June, ice coating every surface. Your body temperature was 79 degrees when paramedics pulled you out. Doctor said another hour and he let the sentence hang. The cold. Oh God, the cold. I felt it now bone deep, like it had burrowed into my marrow and nested there. No amount of heated blankets could touch it. Do you remember anything? The trooper asked. I remembered the open door, Daniel's frost-covered face, the invitation, or was it a demand? I remembered reaching for the handle. I went to apologize. My voice sounded hollow even to me. At mile marker 34, there was someone I needed to tell I was sorry. The trooper exchanged a glance with the nurse. She excused herself quietly. Mr. Webb, there was nobody else at the scene, just you, locked inside your truck. He leaned forward. But we did find something unusual. He produced an evidence bag. Inside it, my phone. 47 outgoing calls logged in your phone history, all to roadside assistance dispatch, all placed at 4:04 in the morning. He paused, watching my face. All timestamped January 9th, 2018. The room tilted. I gripped the bed rail. That's not possible. Phone company confirmed it. They can't explain it either. He stood, tucking the notepad into his belt. You're not under arrest, Mr. Webb, but you need to stay in town. We'll have more questions. He left. The door clicked shut. I was alone with the beeping monitor and the smell of antiseptic and the cold that wouldn't leave. Across from the bed hung a small mirror, the kind hospitals use so patients can check their appearance. I didn't want to look. Every instinct screamed not to look, but I did. My reflection stared back, pale and hollow-eyed, and behind me in the darkened glass, 2 headlights, steady, unblinking, keeping their distance but never fading. I closed my eyes, opened them. The lights remained. They followed me out of the hospital the next day, in the chrome of the elevator doors, in the window of the taxi, in every reflective surface I passed. I never made it home. How could I? I don't think I have one anymore, because now I understand. Daniel spent 7 years trapped at mile marker 34, calling for help that never came, waiting, freezing, alone. Now it's my turn to wait. The clock reads 4:03. My phone will ring in 60 seconds. It always does. And when it does, I'll answer. I'll hear my own voice on the other end, desperate and cold, begging someone to send help. But nobody's coming. Nobody ever does. The knock came at 3:30. I froze, syringe halfway to the sharps container. The sound echoed through the van's metal walls. 3 deliberate raps that didn't belong to this hour, this parking lot, this silence. No one donated blood at 3:30 in the morning. I set the syringe down. My wedding ring clinked against the steel counter, the only other sound besides my breathing. Outside the tinted windows, the community center lot stretched empty beneath a single street light. Fog crept between the painted lines. The knock came again, harder. "We're closed," I called out, but my voice sounded thin, unconvincing. "I need to donate." The man's voice outside was flat, urgent. "Right now." I glanced at the door release. Protocol said never open after hours, but something in his tone, desperation maybe, or fear. I knew that frequency too well lately. The antiseptic smell in the van suddenly seemed stronger, cut with something metallic and wrong. I opened the door. He stood in the amber wash of the streetlight, wearing a jacket identical to mine, down to the blood bank logo on the chest. His face, oh God. "Come in," I heard myself say, stepping back. What else could I do? He climbed inside, moving stiffly, and sat in the donation chair without being asked. Up close, his skin looked waxy, pale in a way that went beyond tired. "I'll need to check your vitals first," I said, reaching for the blood pressure cuff. "Don't bother." But he extended his arm anyway. I wrapped the cuff around his bicep, pumped it tight, watched the gauge. Nothing. I pressed 2 fingers to his wrist, waited, moved them to his neck. No pulse, no heartbeat, just cold skin that felt like "Stephen," he said. I stepped back. "How do you know because I'm you." He looked up and his eyes were mine, hollow, exhausted. "I died 3 months ago at 3:34, right here." He pointed at the floor, at the dark stain I could never scrub clean. "And in 4 minutes, you will too." The first spike of pain hit my chest like a fist. My mind raced back to the beginning. 3 months earlier, when I thought this job would save me. The overnight shift, 2 in the morning to 6. Walter Rhodes offered it during my interview, his eyes lingering on the pale band where Jennifer's wedding ring used to press against my finger. "Most guys can't handle the isolation," he said, "but you look like you need it." He was right. I took the wedding ring from my nightstand before my first shift, slipped it back on. The metal felt cold, unfamiliar, like wearing someone else's bones, but I couldn't let it go. Wouldn't. What would you do if everything you built just dissolved? If she walked away and you still couldn't stop hoping? The community center parking lot became my sanctuary. I'd arrive at 2, unlock the van, let the door's hydraulic hiss swallow the silence. Inside smelled like antiseptic and something else. Metal. old metal, the kind of scent that sticks to the back of your throat. The routine calmed me. Check supplies, calibrate equipment, wipe down surfaces. No one calling my name, no one asking where I'd been. Just me and the hum of refrigeration units keeping blood cold. I noticed the stain my second night, dark, irregular, near the donation chair's base. I scrubbed it with bleach. It lightened but never disappeared. The fibers had absorbed something deep. I scrubbed again the next night and the next. Walter saw me once, shook his head. "Don't bother," he said. "That's been there since before you." I asked what caused it. He walked away without answering. The isolation wrapped around me like fog. I wanted it, craved it. Out here, I didn't have to explain why I still wore the ring or why Jennifer's number stayed in my phone, unblocked, waiting. But some stains don't just mark the floor. They mark what's coming. The pain hit at 3:34, not the dull ache I'd carried for weeks. This was a fist closing around my heart, squeezing until my ribs bent inward. I doubled over near the donation chair, gasping. The antiseptic smell turned sharp and metallic in my nostrils. My wedding ring felt suddenly tight, cutting circulation. Have you ever felt your body betray you? That instant when you realize something fundamental has broken. I tried to reach for my phone. My arm wouldn't obey. The fluorescent lights above started flickering. No, that was my vision pulsing with each failed heartbeat. I stumbled backward and my knees buckled. The floor came up fast, cold linoleum against my cheek. My mouth filled with the taste of copper, thick and wet. I couldn't swallow, couldn't breathe. My eyes fixed on that dark stain I'd scrubbed for hours, the one Walter wouldn't explain. I was lying in it now, exactly in it, my vision tunneled. The edges went gray, then black, closing in like a camera iris. My heartbeat slowed, each pulse further apart than the last. I heard myself make a sound, half gasp, half whimper, and felt ashamed even as I died. Then nothing. Silence. Cold. The absence of everything. But death wasn't supposed to have sound, my alarm shrieked. That familiar, hateful beep from my truck dashboard. I jerked upright, breath tearing into my lungs. My hands gripped the steering wheel. The community center parking lot stretched ahead, empty under the single street light. The dashboard clock glowed, 2:03 a.m. I looked down at my chest. No pain, no blood. My wedding ring sat loose on my finger again. Through the windshield, the blood donation van waited in its usual spot. The door hung slightly ajar, exactly as I'd left it, or would leave it, or had just died inside it. My hands were shaking, but something else was wrong. When I exhaled, my breath didn't fog the cold air, and I could already feel the weight of routine pulling me toward the van door, like I'd done this 1,000 times before. I didn't go back the next night. Called Walter at 1:58 in the morning, voice steady, told him I had food poisoning. He grunted, hung up. Simple. I stayed in my apartment, lights on, coffee brewing, waiting for 3:30 to pass without incident. The knock came anyway. 3 metallic raps on my apartment door. Not the van's sliding panel, but my own front door, 6 miles away from the community center parking lot. My coffee mug slipped. Hot liquid splashed across my wrist, but I felt nothing. No heat, no pain. I opened the door. He stood in the hallway under flickering fluorescent lights, wearing my face like a poorly fitted mask. The technician uniform hung differently on him, looser, as though his body had deflated slightly. When he breathed, frost plumed from his nostrils despite the building's stale warmth. "You can't run from yourself," he said. His skin gleamed pale, waxy. I reached out, God help me, I don't know why, and touched his forearm. Cold. The kind of cold that comes from refrigeration units, from blood bags stored at 38 degrees, from flesh that hasn't circulated warmth in months. The smell hit me then. Metallic, sterile. That specific tang of preserved hemoglobin mixed with anticoagulant solution. He smelled exactly like the inside of the van's storage compartments. "You died 3 months ago," he whispered. "This is just the acknowledgement." 3:34 arrived on schedule. The chest pain erupted, a fist crushing my sternum from the inside. I collapsed against the door frame, tasting copper flooding my throat, watching my doppelganger's expression shift into something almost pitying. My vision tunneled. Darkness crept in from the edges. The alarm woke me at 2:03 in my truck, parked outside the community center, the van waiting ahead in its usual spot. What would you do if death remembered your address? The truck's steering wheel dug into my ribs. I jerked upright, tasting exhaust and night air. 2:03 a.m. on the dash. My apartment was 6 miles away. But here I sat, parked beside the community center. The van hulked under the single streetlight, waiting like it always did. I pressed my palm against my chest, heartbeat steady, real, for now. The routine felt like drowning in slow motion. I unlocked the van doors, flipped the interior lights, checked the refrigeration units, all humming their metallic song. The dark stain on the floor had spread slightly, I was certain of it, wider at the edges. I avoided stepping on it while organizing donation kits, my wedding ring catching the fluorescent glow as I worked. 3 a.m. arrived with fog rolling through the parking lot. It pooled against the van's tires, thick and cold. I sat in the donation chair, watching condensation bead on the windows. My breath came shallow, controlled. At 3:15, I wondered if anyone would miss me if I simply ceased. Jennifer had already left. Walter barely knew me beyond paperwork and shift rotations. Would you keep showing up, knowing what waited at 3:34? 3:30 arrived without the knock. I almost laughed, a bitter, choking sound. Maybe tonight would be different. Maybe the loop had released me. I checked vitals on the monitor, my own pulse climbing. 100, 110. The copper taste crept onto my tongue unbidden. 3:34. The pressure struck my sternum like a hammer. I collapsed against the cabinet, supplies scattering. My vision tunneled. Blackness swarmed. The smell of refrigerated blood filled my lungs as I gasped. Alive. 3:35 a.m. I shouldn't be conscious. I crawled to the van door, shoved it open. The fog had thickened, but 2 figures stood at the parking lot's edge, perfectly still. Both wore my face, my clothes. One's head tilted at an angle just slightly wrong, mechanical and delayed. The original me watched from the shadows between them, observing my slow understanding. Each death hadn't erased me. It had doubled me, and I'd just died twice. I broke in at 2:15. The alarm rang at 2. I drove to headquarters instead. My hands shook on the steering wheel, but I couldn't stay ignorant anymore. Not after seeing myself multiplied in the fog, not after dying twice. If this curse had rules, someone knew them. The blood bank building stood dark against the October sky, fluorescent safety lights humming behind tinted glass. I used my access card. It still worked. The door clicked open with a sound like cracking ice. Inside, the air smelled wrong, recycled and cold, with an undertone of copper I couldn't place. My footsteps echoed on linoleum floors. Every sound felt amplified in the silence. The buzz of lights overhead, the distant hum of refrigeration units, my own shallow breathing. Walter Rhodes' office was locked. I jimmied it open with a screwdriver from my truck, metal scraping against metal until the bolt gave way. The noise made my teeth ache. His desk was pristine, too pristine, but the filing cabinet behind it, that's where I found them. Employee incident reports, dozens of them. I spread them across the desk under the desk lamp's yellow glow, fingers trembling as I read dates and times and causes of death. Marcus Brennan, cardiac arrest, 3:44 a.m., van number 7. I blinked. 3:44. No, I leaned closer. The ink was darker there, written over something else. I tilted the paper under the light. 3:34 a.m. Someone had changed it. My pulse hammered. I grabbed another file. Teresa Nguyen. Cardiac arrest. 3:47 a.m. Also altered. The original time bled through the correction fluid like a ghost. 3:34. Can you imagine finding your own death, pre-written, covered up? I grabbed another file. And another. 8 technicians total over 3 months. All cardiac arrest. All in the van. All at 3:34 in the morning, their deaths clumsily disguised with different times. Then I saw the employee photos paperclipped to each report. Different faces, different ages, different skin tones and hairstyles and bone structures, but the eyes, oh God, the eyes were identical. My eyes, staring back at me from 8 strangers' faces, the same shade of gray-green, the same slight asymmetry in the left pupil. The desk lamp flickered. Once, twice. In the window's reflection behind me, someone wearing a blood technician uniform stood in the doorway, and he was smiling with my mouth. I ran. The fluorescent lights of the headquarters building strobed past me as I stumbled through the exit. Cold air hit my face. My truck keys rattled in my trembling hand, metal biting into my palm. The parking lot stretched empty under a dying streetlight, except it wasn't empty. Not really. I didn't look back at the window where my reflection had smiled. The engine roared to life. I threw the truck into reverse, tires squealing against asphalt. The van sat alone in the community center lot, waiting for me like it always did. But tonight, this loop, this iteration, whatever the hell this was, I wouldn't go. I'd break the pattern. Geography had to matter. Distance had to mean something. The highway unspooled under my headlights. Rain began to fall, soft at first, then harder. Each drop drummed against the windshield in rhythm with my pulse. 3 miles. 5, 10. The blood bank headquarters disappeared in my rearview mirror, swallowed by darkness and distance. At 15 miles, I saw the diner. Its neon sign flickered pink and blue through the downpour. Open 24 hours. The parking lot held two other cars, their windows fogged. Normal people, living people. I pulled in beside a rusted sedan and killed the engine. The silence pressed against my eardrums. I checked my watch. 2:53 in the morning. 41 minutes until 3:30. Could distance really stop what was coming? The incident reports hadn't mentioned anyone leaving the van. Maybe no one else had tried. The diner bell chimed as I pushed through the door. Warm air thick with grease and burnt coffee wrapped around me. A waitress looked up from behind the counter, her eyes tired but human. No gray-green, no recognition, just a stranger seeing another stranger. I slid into a corner booth, vinyl cold against my back. The window beside me reflected the empty parking lot, rain streaking down the glass. My own face stared back, hollow-eyed, unshaven. Just me. Only me. Coffee, the waitress appeared, pot in hand. Please, she poured. Steam rose from the mug, carrying that bitter, over-roasted smell. I wrapped both hands around the ceramic, letting the heat seep into my skin. My wedding ring clinked against the rim. Have you ever run from something you knew would find you anyway? The diner hummed with artificial normalcy. A cook scraped a griddle in the kitchen. The coffee pot hissed on its burner. Rain tapped its endless rhythm, but underneath I felt it, that familiar weight. The certainty of 3:34 approaching like a train on fixed tracks. I sipped the coffee. It tasted metallic. Wrong, 3:14. The other customers had left without me noticing. The waitress wiped down the counter, her back to me. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, their frequency just slightly off, creating a pressure behind my eyes. I shouldn't have been able to smell antiseptic. Not here. Not 15 miles from the van. But I did. Clean. Chemical. Sharp enough to cut through the grease and coffee. The scent of refrigerated blood, of sterile medical equipment, of that cramped van interior I'd tried to escape. It had followed me, or, oh God, or I'd brought it with me. In my clothes, in my skin, in whatever part of me was already dead. 3:26. My hands started to shake. Coffee sloshed over the rim, scalding my thumb. I set the mug down carefully, watching the dark liquid ripple in concentric circles. The surface reflected the overhead light, just the light, nothing else. The rain stopped, all at once, mid-drumbeat. The sudden silence felt like pressure change before a storm, that hollow quiet that makes your ears ache. I looked out the window. The parking lot glistened under the street light, puddles perfectly still. 3:29. The waitress had vanished. The kitchen sounds had ceased. I was alone in the diner, surrounded by empty booths and the smell of something that shouldn't be there. My breath fogged the window glass. Then I noticed the coffee. Steam no longer rose from the mug. I touched the ceramic, ice cold. In the span of seconds it had frozen, not literally, but the heat had been sucked out of it like warmth fleeing a corpse. 3:30. In the window's reflection, behind my own pale face, a figure stood in the parking lot. He wore a blood technician's uniform. His hair matched mine, every strand. His posture mirrored the way I held my shoulders, the slight favor of my left side from an old injury. He didn't move, didn't blink, just watched me through the glass with eyes that caught the diner's light wrong, reflecting it back too bright, too gray-green. I spun around. The parking lot was empty. But when I turned back to the window, there he was, closer now, 5 feet from the glass. Water dripped from his uniform even though the rain had stopped. His mouth moved, forming words I couldn't hear. The same words from 3 months of loops. You're already dead. My chest tightened. Oh no, 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 not here. Geography was supposed to matter. Distance was supposed to. The pain struck at exactly 3:34. A fist clenched around my heart, squeezed. I gasped, groping for the table edge, but my hands wouldn't obey. The mug crashed to the floor. Brown liquid spread across white tiles, reaching toward my knees as I collapsed. The vinyl booth seat scraped against my cheek. Cold. Everything so cold. Copper flooded my mouth. My vision tunneled, the diner lights dimming to pinpoints. Through the window, the figure smiled. Then 7 more stepped into view behind him, all wearing the same uniform, all with my face. They formed a semicircle around the diner, watching, waiting, bearing witness to the same death they'd each experienced in sequence. My lungs seized. My heart stuttered. The tiles pressed against my spine, and somewhere in my fading consciousness, I noticed the floor beneath me wasn't quite clean. There was a stain, faint, barely visible, shaped exactly like a body. My body. The waitress would find me at dawn. But what she'd discover scattered across the diner booths would make her question everything she thought she knew about working the graveyard shift. The alarm rang at 2 a.m. I was in my truck again. Key in the ignition. Community center parking lot ahead, single streetlight casting its pale circle on asphalt. The metallic taste of death still coated my tongue. But my heart beat steady, normal, alive. I gripped the steering wheel until my knuckles went white. 7 times now. 7 deaths on diner tiles, van floors, parking lot gravel. Each ending at 3:34 a.m. Each beginning here at 2 with this same alarm and the cold certainty that nothing I did mattered. The van waited in its usual spot, white paint glowing under the streetlight. I stepped out. Fog pooled around my ankles, thick and wrong for October. My breath misted in front of me, too cold even for autumn. The air smelled like antiseptic and copper. And then I saw them. 7 figures, surrounding the van in perfect symmetry, each wearing a blood technician uniform. Each one, me, they stood motionless, watching, waiting. I approached slowly, gravel crunching under my boots. Their faces were mine, but emptied out, skin the color of refrigerated meat, eyes reflecting nothing. One of them tilted his head. The others mirrored the motion exactly. My throat tightened. "What do you want?" They spoke, in perfect unison. The loop only ends with a replacement. 7 mouths, 1 voice. The sound scraped against my skull like nails on bone. Someone else must die at 3:34 a.m. Their lips moved in synchronized precision. In the van, on the floor where you fell, I staggered back. "No, no, I won't. You already have." They stepped forward together, a coordinated movement that made my stomach lurch. 3 months ago, you became the stain. The stain. Oh God. I turned toward the van, legs moving on autopilot. Yanked open the back doors. The interior lights flickered on, illuminating the cramped medical space, the donation chair, the refrigeration units humming their steady drone. And there on the floor, the dark stain I'd scrubbed 100 times. It was shaped like a body, arms splayed, legs bent, head tilted at the exact angle mine had been when the chest pain finally stopped. The stain was, oh God, the stain was me. Behind me, their unified voice whispered through the fog. She'll knock at 3:30, and you'll have to choose. I wait, 3:28 a.m. The van smells like antiseptic and old copper, the refrigeration units humming their funeral dirge. My 7 selves stand outside in the parking lot fog, patient as gravestones. They're watching, always watching. The knock comes at exactly 3:30. 3 sharp raps against the van's side door, not the frantic pounding of my doppelgangers, but lighter, human, real. I freeze, my heart. Oh God. My heart hammers against ribs that'll stop moving in 4 minutes. Do I answer it? Can you imagine making that choice? Hello, a woman's voice, strained. Please, I saw the lights. Are you open? I can't move, can't breathe. My daughter. She needs platelets. Emergency surgery at 6 a.m. Her count's critical and her voice cracks. Please, I know it's early, but the hospital said someone might be here. My hand touches the door handle. The metal feels wrong, too warm. Through the window, I see her. Mid-30s, hospital bracelet on her wrist, mascara smeared from crying. Real, she's real, not a copy, not a ghost. I'm Christine, she says, pressing closer to the glass. Christine Morales, I know this sounds crazy, but I trust you. You don't even know me. Your wedding ring, she points, and I glance down at the gold band I never removed. My husband wore one just like that before she swallows. He was a good man. I can tell you are too. The irony tastes like blood in my mouth. She needs me to open the door. Her daughter's life depends on someone being here, being willing to help at this God-forsaken hour. But if I let her in, if she's still here at 3:34, would you do it? Would you trade her life for yours? My fingers tighten on the handle, and somewhere behind me, metal scrapes against pavement. The sound of my 7 selves moving closer to watch what happens next. My hand touched the door handle, cold metal, so cold it burned. Christine's perfume drifted through the gap, lavender mixed with something chemical. Desperation has a smell, I know. I've been breathing it for 3 months. Thank you, she whispered. Thank you so much. I turned the handle, or did I? The moment stretched, fractured. I saw myself opening the door wide, saw Christine step inside, saw her smile fade as she noticed the 7 figures in the fog, saw her mouth form my name as the chest pain began. But I also saw myself shake my head, watched my lips move, heard myself say no, watched her crumble, watched her daughter die 3 hours later while I reset at 2 a.m. forever, drowning in my own cowardice. Both timelines existed. Neither. I don't know which one I chose. The memory dissolved like fog under morning sun. When the first donors arrived at 5 a.m., they found the van empty, door unlocked, heater still running. The antiseptic smell mingled with something else, copper, thick and wet, but no blood on the floor. The stain had finally disappeared. 20 bags of platelets lined the counter in perfect rows. Every label bore the same name, written in my handwriting. Stephen Garrett, Stephen Garrett, Stephen Garrett. They never found me. But in the community center parking lot, as dawn burned through the last wisps of fog, someone stood beneath the dead streetlight. Technician uniform, familiar posture, watching the van with patient, hollow eyes, checking his watch, waiting for 2 a.m. to arrive again. The loop doesn't end, it just finds someone new. Can you hear the knock at 3:30? Because I promise you, someone always answers. My reflection didn't move when I did. 2 in the morning. The conveyor belt hummed its steady rhythm, carrying mirror 4891 under my inspection lamp. I raised my hand and watched the glass remain empty. Just the factory wall behind me, fluorescent tubes buzzing overhead, the smell of machine oil thick in the cold air. I counted. 1, 2, 3. Nothing. 10 seconds. 15. 20. My hand hung in the air like an idiot's wave. The clipboard felt slick with sweat against my palm, but I couldn't look away from that empty glass. Can you imagine standing there, watching a mirror refuse to see you? 30 seconds. Then he moved. My reflection, no, not mine anymore. It raised its hand slowly, deliberately, but the other hand gripped a wrench, chrome handle, rubber grip. I'd never touched the toolbox tonight. Hadn't needed to. The figure in the glass turned away from me, walked toward something behind itself. A door, gray metal, push bar across the middle. Emergency exit markings I'd seen 1,000 times, except we didn't have an emergency exit on that wall, just concrete and circuit breakers. My reflection pushed the bar. The phantom door swung open onto darkness. He stepped through and vanished. The mirror went black, not reflecting black, just empty like switched off glass. I spun toward the conveyor belt. The next mirror rolled past. Empty. The next. Empty. 20 mirrors on the line, and every single one showed nothing but the factory behind me. Then I heard it. Footsteps behind me. Boots on concrete, matching my rhythm exactly. But I wasn't moving. 3 weeks earlier, I didn't know what I'd become. 11 p.m. The conveyor belt rumbled to life beneath fluorescent lights that hummed like dying wasps. I clocked in, grabbed my clipboard from the metal desk, and walked to my station at the quality control line. 20 mirrors per hour. 8 hours. Alone. The factory smelled like machine oil and cold concrete. November air seeped through cracks in the loading dock doors, raising goosebumps on my forearms. I preferred the isolation. No small talk. No questions about why Diane left or why I never saw Emmy anymore. Mirror number 4719 rolled past my inspection lamp. I leaned in, checked the edges for imperfections. The surface was flawless, commercial grade, destined for some hotel bathroom or department store. I blinked to refocus my eyes under the harsh light. My reflection blinked back. 1 second late, I froze, waited, blinked again deliberately, counting in my head. 1 Mississippi. Then my reflection's eyelids dropped and rose. The lag was impossible. Light it doesn't wait. I marked the clipboard with a red X defective, moved it off the line. The next mirror arrived. I waved my hand left to right, watching. The delay happened again, 1 second behind, and the next mirror, same thing. I checked 12 mirrors in a row, my heart climbing into my throat. Every single one showed me my own face, my own movements, but delayed, like watching myself on a television broadcast with bad lag. The conveyor belt's rhythm felt suddenly wrong, too slow, dragging each mirror past me like evidence I didn't want to see. What would you do? Call your supervisor at midnight over a timing trick your exhausted brain invented. I marked them all defective. I told no one. But that night, as I drove home through empty streets at dawn, I couldn't shake the feeling that my reflection had been studying me just as carefully as I'd been watching it. By the seventh night, I counted to 3. 1, 2, 3. Then my reflection moved. The lag had been growing since that first shift, creeping forward like frost across glass. 7 nights of inspecting mirrors alone while the factory slept around me. And now the delay stretched long enough to feel deliberate. I raised my hand at 11:42 p.m. beside mirror number 5006. The conveyor belt hummed its endless rhythm, rollers clicking against metal, but my reflection stood motionless in the glass, waiting. 1, 2, 3. It raised its hand. The cold hit me then, not the usual chill of concrete floors and poor insulation, but something else. Something that settled in my chest like water in my lungs. I exhaled and watched the fog of my breath hang in the air longer than it should. The break room coffee tasted like rust. I sat alone at the chipped formica table at 1:15 a.m., staring at the vending machine's dull glow. My phone vibrated. Diane's name lit the screen. I let it ring. What would I even say? That I was losing time between myself and my own image. That mirrors were breaking the speed of light in an Ohio factory that smelled like machine oil and 40 years of defeat. The voicemail chime beeped. I didn't listen. On the table sat a casserole dish wrapped in aluminum foil, still warm when I'd found it on my desk 2 hours ago. Brenda from day shift. She always left food, lasagna, pot roast, things that required care to make, things that said someone noticed I existed. I peeled back the foil enough to see the congealed cheese on top, then covered it again. I couldn't eat, couldn't remember the last time I'd been hungry. The fluorescent lights above me flickered once, twice. When you work nights long enough, you stop expecting anyone to fix things like that. Management didn't care what happened between 11 p.m. and 7 a.m. as long as the mirrors kept moving down the line and someone marked them good or defective. That someone was me. Only me. Roy Tennant had hired me 6 months ago with a handshake that lasted half a second and a gruff comment about liking guys who didn't talk much. Perfect for graveyard shift, he'd said. No distractions. He was right. I hadn't spoken to another human face-to-face in. How long? Days. Brenda's shift ended at 3 p.m. Mine started at 11. We existed in separate worlds, connected only by casseroles I wouldn't eat and notes I never wrote back. The factory felt colder when I returned to my station. I checked the thermostat on the wall, 62 degrees, same as always. But my fingers felt numb anyway. Mirror number 5019 waited on the belt, reflecting the overhead lights, reflecting me. I moved my hand left. 1, 2, 3. My reflection moved left. I stepped closer to the glass, close enough to see the bloodshot whites of my own eyes, and something shifted in my chest. That thing you feel when you're certain someone's watching you, except I was watching myself, wasn't I? Just myself. But the reflection's gaze felt heavier than it should, like it was taking me in, recording me. Can you imagine seeing your own face and not recognizing the intention behind the eyes? I stepped back. The reflection stepped back 3 seconds later, And in that gap between action and echo, I understood something I hadn't wanted to admit. I wasn't inspecting mirrors anymore. I was being inspected. The conveyor belt clicked forward. Another mirror rolled into place. The factory stretched out around me, endless aisles of steel and shadow, all of it empty except for me and the rhythm of machines that never stopped. Somewhere above, a pipe groaned. The sound carried through the building like something breathing. I was alone in 20,000 square feet of rusting infrastructure, completely alone. So why did the cold feel like it was standing right behind me? I ran to the break room. The fluorescent tubes buzzed overhead, too bright after the factory floor's shadows. My hands shook as I pulled out the old desktop computer from beneath safety bulletins. The vending machine hummed its electrical lullaby. Stale coffee smell mixed with dust. I typed mirror reflection delay into the search bar. Folklore, superstitions, vampires lacking reflections, covering mirrors after death, old wives' tales about souls trapped in glass. Nothing, nothing that explained 8 seconds. 8 seconds, that's how long it took now. I'd raise my hand, count. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Then my reflection would raise its hand, movements identical but devastatingly delayed, like watching a stranger wearing my face. I scrolled deeper. Page 3 of search results. Page 4. My eyes burned. Then I saw it, a scanned newspaper archive. Local section, 1987. Worker vanishes from Great Lakes Mirror Manufacturing. My throat tightened. The article was brief. Raymond Howell, overnight quality control inspector, age 38, clocked in at 11 p.m. on October 5th. Security found his thermos on the inspection desk at 6 a.m., his jacket still hanging on the chair. But Raymond walked into the mirror room and never came out. Police searched for 2 weeks. The factory claimed equipment malfunction. Production halted for 72 hours, then resumed. They just kept making mirrors. I printed the article with numb fingers. The paper felt cold, brittle. The printer's mechanical wheeze sounded too loud in the empty break room. I stared at Raymond Howell's grainy photograph, a man with tired eyes and thinning hair. He looked like me. My reflection appeared in the break room's small mirror by the door, still, watching. It hadn't moved when I stood up, but its lips were moving, forming words I couldn't hear. I needed to know if Raymond Howell was the first. The basement stairs groaned under my weight, each step louder than my breathing. Management never came down here. Nobody did. The smell hit me halfway down, mildew and rust, thick enough to taste. A single bulb swung from a wire, throwing shadows that moved wrong across water-stained concrete. Old equipment crowded the space. Conveyor parts from the 60s, rusted inspection lamps, and there against the far wall, a dented filing cabinet with a faded label, personnel, 1973 through 2005. My hands shook as I pulled the top drawer. It stuck. I yanked harder and the metal screamed. Inside, folders slouched against each other, their tabs yellowed and peeling. I flipped through them, searching for anything marked quality control. Overnight shift. Then I found it. The first file felt damp in my fingers. Thomas Lentz. Disappeared April 1979. Last seen inspecting mirror line be no body recovered. Investigation closed. My throat tightened. Angela Prout. Vanished October 1983. Overnight QC. Found her clipboard on the factory floor. Coffee still warm. Raymond Howell. November 1987. I already knew his name. Two more. Kenneth Voss. March 1995. Sarah Chen. January 2003. Five people. All overnight quality control. All inspecting mirrors. The factory kept running. New workers hired. Roy had been supervisor since. I checked his file. 1998. He knew. Oh God, he knew. I pulled out my phone with trembling hands and photographed every page. The flash lit up the basement like lightning. For just a second, I saw something in the corner behind me, a shape that shouldn't exist in an empty room. When I lowered the phone, the corner was dark again. But I could hear breathing now, and it wasn't mine. I fled the basement and returned to my station, photographs burning in my pocket like evidence of my own death sentence. Mirror number 5002 waited on the conveyor belt. I raised my hand, counted. 1, 5, 10, 15, 20. My reflection raised its hand. The delay had stretched to 20 seconds now, a chasm of time wide enough to drown in. I lowered my arm. My reflection held its position, suspended in that gesture like it hadn't received the message yet. Then it moved, but not to mirror me. It turned away, walked to a different section of the glass. I watched. I watched it inspect mirrors I wasn't inspecting. Its hand moved across surfaces I couldn't touch from where I stood. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, that endless factory drone, but underneath I heard something else. The faint scratch of pen on paper. My reflection was writing notes. I wasn't holding a pen. My clipboard sat on the metal desk, untouched. But in the mirror, my double scribbled something on its own clipboard, methodical, thorough. The way I used to work before the delays started, before I realized I was being replaced. Would you keep watching, or would you run? I couldn't move. My reflection turned towards something beyond the frame of the mirror, that door, the one that didn't exist in the real factory, the phantom door from my nightmares. It looked back at me, smiled. Oh God, that smile, too wide, wrong angles, like someone who'd learned to smile from diagrams but never understood why. My reflection reached for the door handle, pulled it open. Cold air rolled off the glass. I felt it from 6 feet away, tasted metal and something rotten. It stepped through. The mirror surface frosted over instantly, white crystals spreading like infection. Within seconds, the glass turned opaque. My reflection was gone. Every mirror on the production line went dark. And behind me, in the empty factory, something whispered my name. I pressed my palm against the frosted glass. The ice melted under my body heat, revealing nothing, just empty space where my face should have been. I moved to the next mirror on the conveyor line, wiped away the frost with my sleeve. Empty. The next one, empty. Mirror after mirror, I scraped away crystalline patterns, smearing condensation across cold surfaces. Nothing stared back. Gone. Every single one. Can you imagine standing in front of 20 mirrors and seeing nothing? Not darkness, not distortion. Just the factory wall behind you, the fluorescent lights overhead, the conveyor belt stretching into shadows. Everything except you. I existed everywhere but in the glass. My hands trembled as I checked the inspection station mirrors, the small ones mounted above my desk. Even the clouded safety mirror bolted near the emergency exit. All empty. I was alone in this factory, working a shift no one else would take, and now I didn't even have myself for company. The photographs from the basement felt heavy in my pocket. 5 workers, all vanished. Then I heard it. Boots on concrete, deliberate, steady. The same rhythm as my heartbeat. I froze, listened. The sound came from somewhere behind me past the conveyor line near the loading bay. I wasn't moving, but the footsteps continued. Step, 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 matching the pace I'd walked moments before, like an echo arriving 30 seconds late. I spun around. Nothing. The factory stretched empty before me. Conveyor belts motionless. Inspection lamps casting pools of yellow light on oil-stained concrete. Shadows where shadows should be, but no one there. The footsteps stopped the instant I turned. Silence pressed against my eardrums. I took one step forward. Listened. Nothing. Another step. Still nothing. Then boots on concrete again, perfectly synchronized with mine. When I moved, it moved. I stopped breathing. The footsteps stopped. My skin prickled. I turned slowly toward the nearest mirror, dreading what I'd see. And there, deep inside the glass, standing in the impossible space behind my absent reflection, I saw myself. Watching me, my face, my posture, my work uniform, but the eyes were wrong, too focused, too aware. The temperature dropped so fast my breath turned visible. And in every mirror down the line, my reflection stood motionless inside the glass, staring out, waiting for something I couldn't name. I grabbed the wrench from my station. Mirror number 4719 hung on the line where this all started, 3 weeks ago. 1 second delay. Now, this. The wrench felt heavier than it should. Cold metal against my palm. I swung. Glass exploded outward, a sound like ice cracking on a frozen lake, sharp and final. Shards hit concrete, glittered under fluorescent hum. But behind the broken pieces, oh God, my reflection stood there, still intact. Inside the ruined frame, grinning at me through jagged teeth of glass. Not mimicking, not lagging, just watching, pleased. I stumbled backward. The wrench clattered from my hand. Those boots behind me, closer now, dragging slightly on concrete, the rhythm wrong, like something learning to walk. I ran, past the conveyor, past the empty mirrors that should have held me but didn't. The break room door slammed behind me. I fumbled my phone, hands shaking so badly I nearly dropped it. Roy's number, 3 rings, 4. You've reached Roy Tennant, leave a message. Roy, Roy, it's Curtis. Something's wrong at the plant. I need you to call me back. Please, I can't. My voice cracked. Can you imagine trying to explain this? Trying to sound sane when you've just seen yourself grin from inside broken glass. I hung up, tried again. Voicemail. The vending machine hummed. The coffee maker ticked as it cooled. Normal sounds, but the air smelled wrong, metallic like ozone before a storm. I had to leave. Now, the side exit first. I hit the push bar. Nothing. Locked. The metal didn't even rattle. I threw my shoulder against it. Solid, immovable front entrance. Same, loading dock. Same. Every exit sealed from the outside. The footsteps started again, but louder now, methodical, coming down the hallway toward the break room. Boots on concrete, my boots, my rhythm, I pressed against the door. The temperature dropped so fast I could see my breath. Then I felt it, right against the back of my neck. Cold, deliberate, something breathing where nothing should be. I ran. The cold breath followed, but I slammed through the break room door before anything could solidify behind me. My boots hammered concrete. The quality control office sat 50 yards across the factory floor, 50 yards of open space, exposed under fluorescent lights that hummed like trapped insects. I didn't look at the mirrors. The office door fought me, swollen in its frame, but I threw my shoulder against it and stumbled inside. Metal desk, filing cabinet. I dragged both against the door, muscles screaming. The barricade held, barely. My lungs burned. I leaned against the desk, gasping, and that's when the footsteps on the factory floor stopped. Silence pressed against my eardrums. I forced myself to look through the office window. He stood among the mirrors. My height, my work shirt, my face, but the way he moved, methodical, calm. He inspected mirror 5003, running fingers along its frame, checking the conveyor alignment, doing my job. The reflection I'd lost 3 hours ago had learned to exist without me. He looked up. Our eyes met through the window. He didn't blink, didn't smile, just pointed. One finger extended towards something behind me. No. What would you do? Would you turn around? I turned. The small inspection mirror mounted beside the office door, I'd forgotten it was there. And in its surface, impossibly, my reflection stood, not mimicking, staring. His hand lifted toward the glass from the inside. The surface rippled, like water disturbed by something rising from below. Oh God! His fingers pushed through, cold, wet, real. They reached for my throat. And that's when I understood what the other 5 workers had discovered too late. Sunlight woke me. Warm. Real. The kind of 3 p.m. brightness that cuts through cheap blinds and drags you out of sleep whether you want it or not. I blinked against it, disoriented, tangled in sheets that smelled like fabric softener instead of machine oil. My apartment, my bed, I sat up too fast, my head swam. The last thing I remembered was cold fingers wrapping around my throat, but my neck felt fine. No bruises, no wetness. I pressed my palm against the skin, warm, dry, unmarked. My phone buzzed on the nightstand. 3 texts from Roy. Where are you? You okay? Call me. I checked the time stamp. He'd sent them 2 hours ago. My shift had ended at 7 a.m. It was past 3 now. I had no memory of leaving the factory, no memory of driving home, nothing between those fingers and this. I stood, legs shaky but functional. The apartment looked exactly as I'd left it yesterday. Coffee mug in the sink. Emmy's face down photo on the shelf. Everything normal. I needed to see. The bathroom mirror waited above the sink, reflecting tile and towel rack in the doorway where I stood. I stepped closer, held my breath, raised my hand. My reflection raised its hand. No delay, perfectly synchronized. I exhaled hard, relief flooding through me like warm water. Just a nightmare. Just stress and isolation and too many graveyard shifts playing tricks on my mind. Can you imagine that relief? That desperate, grasping hope that maybe none of it was real. I smiled at myself. My reflection smiled back. Then its eyes shifted. Left, towards something behind me in the glass. I spun around, nothing there. Just the empty hallway, sunlight slanting through the living room window. But when I looked down, oh God, when I looked down at the tile floor where the light fell across my feet, there was no shadow. Something speaks through welded steel. 4:32 in the morning. I'm standing in Section D corridor, dosimeter clipped to my belt, and it's clicking, faster than it should. The door in front of me is sealed, thick steel, crude welds running like scars across the seams. Warning placards faded to ghosts of themselves. The voice comes again, rough, wet, like something speaking through damaged vocal cords. Don't open it. My hand hovers near the handle. There is no handle, just metal, solid. Please, the voice rasps. Don't. Can you imagine standing there listening to the impossible? I pressed my palm against the cold steel, felt the faint vibration of what? Ventilation. Something deeper. My mind raced back to 6 hours earlier when none of this made sense yet. 10:47 p.m. I'd clocked in for another overnight shift at Hanford Ridge, coffee in hand, the taste already going stale on my tongue. Eastern Washington stretched dark and empty outside, but I never saw it from the control room. No windows, just banks of aging monitors casting blue light across my station. The building hummed its usual mechanical lullaby, cooling tower temperatures, radiation levels, system diagnostics scrolling past in endless rows, routine. I'd done this job for 2 months, easiest money I'd ever made. Sit alone, watch screens, log readings every hour. The insomnia that ruined my marriage made me perfect for it. Rebecca used to say I loved problems more than people. Maybe she was right, but that night, something felt different, wrong. The air smelled faintly of ozone, sharp and electric, though all readings showed normal. And Section D, a section I'd never been told to monitor, kept drawing my attention to its dormant indicator light. What I didn't know yet was that light wouldn't stay dark much longer. I forced my attention back to the monitors. Temperature readings for cooling Tower 3, pressure valves, the ordinary rhythm of a night that would end at 6 a.m. with nothing in the incident log. The ozone smell faded after 20 minutes, and I convinced myself it was the ventilation system. Nothing more. My coffee went cold in the styrofoam cup. I didn't taste it when I drank. At 1:14 a.m., the alarm tore through the silence. Not the general radiation alert. This one came from a specific sector, a piercing mechanical shriek that made my teeth ache. The control panel lit up red. Section D, radiation spike, zero point 0.7 millisieverts and climbing. My hands moved before my brain caught up, pulling up the sector logs on screen 3. The blue glow reflected off my face as I scrolled through decades of entries. March 1991 was the last notation. Contamination incident. Permanent seal authorized. No entry permitted. 33 years. Sealed. Welded shut according to the notes. I switched to the camera feed, fingers slipping on the keys. Section D corridor filled the monitor. That long fluorescent hallway I'd walked past 100 times without thinking. The steel door sat at the end, exactly as it always had, undisturbed. The welding seams were visible even on the grainy footage, thick and crude. Nothing moved. Nothing could move. but the radiation reading kept climbing. Can you imagine sitting there, watching impossible numbers rise while the camera shows you nothing's wrong? I checked the dosimeter on my belt. Normal, the spike was localized, contained, inside a sealed room. At 1:22 a.m., the alarm stopped, just stopped. The readings dropped to baseline within seconds, as if someone had flipped a switch. I logged it as equipment malfunction, typed the words with steady hands. The keyboard was warm under my fingers, warmer than it should have been. And in the sudden silence, I heard it, a sound from down the corridor, metal groaning once, then nothing. I'd rewound the archive to March. Third night back, and I couldn't leave it alone. The groaning from Section D had faded by dawn 2 shifts ago, but the timestamp in the alarm log kept pulling me back. 1:14 a.m. Equipment malfunction. That's what I'd written. I scrolled through weeks of footage, the monitor's glow washing my hands blue. The hum of the ventilation system filled the gaps between my breathing. Stale coffee smell hung in the air, mixed with something metallic I couldn't place. March 5th, 4:17 a.m. The Section D camera flickered, and the door opened. I stopped, rewound, watched again. The welded steel peeled back like foil. A figure in a radiation suit stepped through, walked to my console, the same desk where I sat now, and began working. 8 minutes. I checked the timestamp. At 4:25 a.m., the figure stood, returned to Section D, and the door sealed behind it. My throat tightened. March 12th, 4:17 a.m., same thing. March 19th, 4:17 a.m., identical, every 7 days, for months. Always the same timestamp, the same 8-minute window, the same mechanical movements. I cross-referenced the dates against maintenance logs. No one had reported anything. No alarms in the records except I pulled up recent files. My alarm from 2 nights ago, 1:14 a.m. Wrong time, different pattern. I checked tonight's date, March 26th, 7 days since the last occurrence. 4:16 a.m. now. Can you imagine sitting there knowing what you're about to see? Knowing you should walk away, call someone, do anything but watch. I pulled up the live feed. Split screen. Section D corridor on the left, my empty chair on the right, captured by the control room camera behind me. 1 minute. The temperature dropped. I felt it on the back of my neck, cold and wrong for a climate-controlled facility. The ventilation hummed louder, or maybe that was blood rushing in my ears. 4:17 a.m. The door opened, not on the recording, in real time. Steel peeling back in utter silence while my monitor showed it still sealed. The figure emerged, but, oh, something was wrong with the way it moved. Too smooth. Each step identical to the last, like frames repeating in a loop. It walked past the camera and I heard footsteps behind me. I didn't turn around. The keyboard began clicking. On the monitor showing my station, I watched gloved hands typing at my console. The same desk where my own hands rested, trembling now. I could hear each keystroke echoing in the empty room, but when I glanced down, the keys weren't moving. The figure typed for 8 minutes. I counted every second. At 4:25 a.m., the clicking stopped. On screen, the figure stood, turned, walked back toward Section D. I heard the footsteps passing behind my chair, felt the displacement of air, smelled ozone and something else. something like burnt copper and decay. The door sealed. My dosimeter hadn't made a sound. I finally looked down at my keyboard. The keys were warm. And there on my screen, a new entry in the containment log I hadn't written. Observation confirmed. Saturation increasing. But what terrified me most was the timestamp on the entry. It was dated 7 days from now. I couldn't look away from the screen. The log entry glowed in the darkness, time-stamped 7 days ahead. My hands. My hands were still on the keyboard, but I hadn't typed those words. The ventilation system hummed its endless rhythm overhead, indifferent to the impossible. I needed answers. The incident database sat buried in the system architecture, 4 layers deep in archived personnel files. Most operators never accessed it. Why would they? We monitored temperatures, logged readings, went home. But I'd always been the type to dig. Rebecca used to say it was compulsion, not curiosity, that I couldn't let anything rest. She was right. My fingers clicked across keys, each tap sharp in the silence. Section D Incident Reports. Query all entries since facility commissioning. The search bar blinked, waited, then flooded with results. 5 names. 5 overnight operators, all dead. I felt the cold air from the ceiling vent wash over my neck as I opened the first file. Michael Torres, March 2003. Cause of death: acute radiation syndrome. The next line stopped my breath. Body discovered inside Section D during routine inspection. Inside. But Section D had been sealed since 1991. The welding was visible on every camera angle, crude, thick beams across the frame. No one could enter. I'd checked the door myself on previous shifts, running my fingers along those rough metal seams just to confirm what the cameras showed. I pulled up the next file. Sarah Chen, October 2007. Same cause. Same impossible location. Then Gregory Penske, 1998. David Ochoa, 2015. Jennifer Marlowe, 2023. Can you imagine finding that pattern? 5 people spanning 30 years, all dying the exact same way in a room no one could access. My coffee had gone cold in its stained mug. I didn't remember when I'd last sipped it. The screen's blue glow painted shadows across my hands as I scrolled deeper, searching for the origin point. There had to be something earlier, some incident that explained why Section D was sealed in the first place. The file loaded slowly, as if the system itself hesitated to show me. March 14, 1991. Emergency Containment Protocol. Catastrophic coolant breach. And there, buried in the personnel casualty section, a name that made my dosimeter feel suddenly heavier on my belt. Dennis Kavar, technician, age 41, status, sealed during emergency response. The clinical language couldn't hide what that meant. They'd welded the door, with him inside. Lethal radiation exposure, the report confirmed. Extraction deemed impossible due to contamination levels. Time of containment, 4:17 a.m. 4:17. The exact timestamp of every alarm, every manifestation, every impossible door opening I'd watched on the archived footage. My hands were shaking now. I scrolled through Kavar's file, and the details emerged like something surfacing from deep water. He'd been conscious during the welding. Radio contact maintained for, oh God, 40 minutes after the seal. The logs included fragments of transmission, his voice degrading as the radiation cooked him from the inside. They'd listened to him die. I thought of the figure I'd seen, mechanical, precise, working at the console for exactly 8 minutes before vanishing. Was that him? Still working his shift, 3 decades later, unaware he was already dead. The break room's vending machine hummed suddenly to life behind me, its compressor clicking on. I jumped, heart hammering. Just machinery, just the facility's endless background noise. But when I turned back to the screen, a new detail caught my eye. Kavar's personnel photo stared out from the file. A man with tired eyes and a slight smile. Someone who looked like he belonged on a night shift. Someone like me. And beneath the photo, a notation I'd missed before. Psychological profile flagged for obsessive tendencies and pattern recognition fixation. Rebecca's voice echoed in my memory. You can't let anything go, Keith. You'll chase it until it destroys you. The archive folder contained one more document, audio file. Kavar's final transmission, timestamped 4:24 a.m., March 14, 1991. My cursor hovered over the play button. I knew I shouldn't listen. Knew that whatever obsession had killed 5 operators before me was already wrapping around my thoughts like wire. But my finger was already moving, already clicking, because that's what I do. That's what I've always done. The speaker crackled with static, and then I heard it. A voice, rough, damaged, barely human anymore. And I realized with ice flooding my veins that I'd heard that voice before, just hours ago, warning me through the welded door, which meant whatever was happening in Section D hadn't started tonight. It had been waiting for me all along. I found Hank Bergstrom's number in the archived personnel files, scrawled in pencil beside a retirement date from 2012. My hand shook as I dialed. 3:42 a.m. Too late to call anyone. I called anyway. He answered on the first ring. You're calling about Section D. His voice crackled with static I couldn't explain. My phone was digital. Night shift operator, am I right? How did you? Because they always call. He exhaled, long and rattling. What's your name? Keith Randall. Keith. A pause. Request a transfer tomorrow. Don't ask questions, just do it. I need to know what happened to Dennis Kavar. The silence stretched so long I thought he'd hung up. Then, we welded him inside while he screamed. My coffee turned cold against my palm. Reactor went critical at 4:17 a.m. Cooling system failed. Someone had to manually override the failsafe from inside Section D. Hank's breathing grew uneven. Dennis, he volunteered, went in, stabilized it. Saved 200 lives, but the contamination, we couldn't open the door. Protocol, 1 life or 200. I tasted bile. We welded it shut while he begged us not to. Took 8 minutes to seal it properly. He was still conscious. Hank's voice cracked. Still talking to us over the radio. 40 minutes, Keith. 40 minutes before he went silent. 4:25 a.m. The ventilation hummed above me. Too loud, too regular. 5 operators since then, Hank whispered. Every single one started like you, curious, obsessive, couldn't leave it alone. Found them all inside Section D with radiation burns. Door still sealed. That's impossible. That's what they all said. I should have hung up. Should have walked to my supervisor's office right then. Instead, I asked, what did they see? Whatever it was, Hank's voice dissolved into static. They followed it inside. The monitor behind me flickered. 4:16 a.m. 1 minute until the door opened. The phone clattered from my hand at 4:17 a.m. On the monitor, the Section D door swung open. Smooth. Silent. The figure emerged in its radiation suit, moving with that mechanical precision I'd watched for 3 nights. It turned toward the camera, visor reflecting fluorescent light, then disappeared from frame. I stood. My chair scraped against linoleum. This time I'd see it myself, confirm it was real, that I wasn't losing my mind like Rebecca always said I would. The corridor stretched ahead, bathed in that sick fluorescent glow. My footsteps echoed too loud against concrete. The ventilation system hummed its constant note, but underneath, was that another sound? Metal groaning? I couldn't tell anymore. Section D's door waited at the corridor's end. 30 feet, 20, 10. I reached out, palm meeting cold steel. The welded seams felt crude under my fingertips. Thick ridges of metal fused 33 years ago while a man screamed on the other side. The door was sealed, completely sealed. No hinges that could move, no mechanism that could turn. Yet on the monitor, I'd watched it open. My dosimeter hung silent at my hip. No radiation, no breach. The air smelled wrong, metallic, sharp, like ozone after lightning strikes. Something made me turn. Down the corridor, through the control room window, I could see my station. The monitors glowed. And there, in my chair, the figure sat hunched over my keyboard, working my console. Its suited back blocked the screens, but I watched its helmet tilt as if reading temperature logs I'd written myself. I ran, burst through the control room door, empty, just humming monitors and coffee-stained logbooks. But my keyboard, oh God, when I touched the keys, they were warm, still warm from someone else's hands. And on the monitor, Section D's door was sealed again, while behind me something breathed against my neck. I stood before Section D at 4:15, 2 minutes early. My fingers traced the welded seams, cold and rough beneath my touch. The faint ozone smell lingered in the corridor, had lingered since I'd first walked this hall nights ago. Or had I only noticed it now? I know you're in there, I said to the steel. My voice sounded small, foolish. What would you do? Speak to a sealed door in an empty facility at 4 in the morning? But the warmth of my keyboard still haunted my fingertips. Something had touched what I'd touched. Silence answered. The ventilation hummed overhead. Then, 4:17 exactly, the typing started. Keys clicking, methodical, precise. The sound came through 6 inches of steel, through welded seams that hadn't moved in 33 years. Impossible. But I heard it. Each keystroke distinct, deliberate. I knocked 3 times. Sharp raps that sent vibration up my knuckles. The typing stopped. Don't. The voice scraped through the door like metal on bone, rough, damaged, as if the throat producing it had been ruined by screaming. Don't. Watch any more. My breath caught. Who? You're in the loop now, the voice rasped. Hallucination, contamination, 5 others. They came looking, opened the door, found nothing but radiation. The operators, I whispered. The 5 who died. seeking truth. A wet, rattling sound, laughter or sobbing, I couldn't tell. Please stop watching. Every time you see, it gets stronger. I pressed my palm flat against the cold steel. Why does it happen? Silence stretched. Then quieter, desperate. Because you keep asking that question. The corridor lights flickered once, and behind me I heard my console keyboard begin to type, the keys depressed under invisible fingers. Click, click, click. I jerked back from my console, but the typing continued steady, methodical. The screen filled with radiation exposure logs, my logs, data I'd never accessed. Stop, I whispered. The voice from Section D crawled through the steel again. You wanted to understand. Tell me. A sound like breathing through damaged tissue. March 14, 1991, 4:17 a.m. Containment breach. They sealed me. With the source. Particles bonded to consciousness. Observer-dependent decay. The words made no sense. And yet, every technician who watches strengthens the entanglement. You see me because I need to be seen. The observation itself completes the reaction. My hands trembled. The typing stopped. I fled to the archive terminal, pulling research papers buried in classified folders. Quantum entanglement. Schrödinger's observation collapse. Radiation-induced coherent states. The theory was there. Fringe physics from the 80s. Experiments abandoned because the math suggested consciousness could bind to radioactive decay patterns. If an observer died during exposure, could the observation itself become trapped? I glanced at my dosimeter. 0.03 microsieverts. Yesterday it read 0. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, but the pitch was wrong, half a tone too low. That uncanny hum burrowed into my skull. I hadn't entered Section D, hadn't touched the door. But the readings climbed anyway because watching was the contamination. Seeing was the exposure. I should have logged off. Should have walked to my car, driven until the sun rose, requested immediate transfer like Hank begged. Rebecca always said I couldn't let mysteries go, that my compulsions would destroy me. She was right. But can you imagine knowing something impossible is real and choosing to look away? My fingers opened the live camera feed. Section D corridor, 4:16 a.m. 1 minute until manifestation. I leaned closer to the screen and realized I'd already made my choice. 4:13 a.m. I killed the monitors. The break room door locked from inside, single deadbolt, flimsy but real. I dragged the vending machine across the entrance. It scraped linoleum with a sound like grinding teeth. My hands shook as I wedged a chair under the handle. No cameras in here. No screens. Can't watch if there's nothing to see. The room smelled like stale coffee and plastic, familiar and suffocating. I sat on the cold floor back against the wall, dosimeter clipped to my belt. The vending machine hummed its low monotone. My breath came too fast in the stillness. Rebecca used to tell me I couldn't leave things alone, that I'd pull at loose threads until everything unraveled. Maybe if I just stopped looking, broke the pattern. What would you do knowing the watching itself was killing you? Could you resist? 4:15. I counted heartbeats. The ventilation system whispered overhead. My dosimeter stayed quiet. Maybe this would work. 4:17. Somewhere down the corridor, metal groaned. Low, distant. the sound of massive hinges moving. No, Section D was 300 feet away, through two security doors. I couldn't possibly hear, but I did. The welded door opening, slow, deliberate. The echo reached me through walls and sealed corridors, impossible and undeniable. My dosimeter clicked, once, twice. Then the light appeared, orange glow beneath the break room door. Wrong color, too warm, the kind of light that comes from burning isotopes, from contaminated air ionizing. It crept across the floor toward me like liquid. The metal sound came again, closer now, though that made no sense. Groaning, scraping, as if massive steel was moving just outside my thin door. Click, 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 click. My dosimeter accelerated. The sound filled the tiny room. The smell hit next. Burning metal, sharp and chemical. Ozone like lightning striking concrete. And underneath, decay, organic, sweet and wrong. The vending machine lurched backward. Something pushed from the other side. The door swung open. He stood in the doorway. Radiation suit yellowed with age. The visor. Oh God, the visor was fogged from inside, condensation running down like tears. But there was no face behind it. Just darkness, just absence. The figure extended one gloved hand toward me. My dosimeter screamed, a single sustained shriek. The air tasted like copper, like the moment before your skin blisters. And I understood, finally, what the others had learned too late. They found me at dawn. Morning shift said I was lying outside Section D. My dosimeter screaming, maxed out. Burns covered my hands, my face. The kind of exposure that should have killed me. The door behind me stayed sealed, welded solid, untouched for 33 years. I woke 3 days later in a hospital room that reeked of antiseptic and something underneath. Something that smelled like ozone, like burning metal. The doctors asked what happened. I told them I didn't know. And I didn't, still don't. The last thing I remember, sitting in the break room at 4:13. Then nothing. A hole where 2 hours should be. They showed me the burns, the radiation signature. Told me I was lucky. I nodded, didn't feel lucky. Management offered the desk job 6 weeks later after the skin grafts healed. Daytime hours. Climate-controlled office. No monitoring stations. No overnight shifts. I accepted. What else could I do? Can you imagine trying to explain what I half remembered? What I thought I'd seen? They'd already decided. Equipment malfunction, accidental exposure, case closed. I filed reports, attended meetings, went home to an empty apartment every night at 5:30. For 6 months, I almost convinced myself I'd imagined it all. Then Martinez started the overnight shift. Young guy, sharp, reminded me of myself before. He came to my office on a Tuesday afternoon, logbook tucked under his arm. Asked if I knew anything about Section D. My coffee went cold in my hands. He'd logged alarms at 4:17 a.m., checked the cameras, seen something that didn't make sense. I opened my mouth to warn him, then stopped, because I understood finally. Hank had warned me. I hadn't listened. Now Martinez stood there, curiosity bright in his eyes, asking questions I'd asked. The pattern didn't break. It just found someone new to carry it forward. I heard my full name at 2:47 in the morning. Not Kyle, not Hey Man, Kyle Andrew Mercer, whispered through the monitors like someone stood inches from microphone 3. I froze. My coffee had gone cold hours ago, and the booth smelled like stale air and circuit boards. Studio B sprawled beyond the glass, empty. Every shadow exactly where it should be. I rewound the feed. My fingers felt numb on the mixing board, that particular cold that comes from being awake too long in a room without windows. The waveform spiked at 247. I isolated the audio and hit play. Kyle Andrew Mercer. The voice was barely there. A breath shaped into syllables, but it knew my name, my full name. I leaned closer to the monitors, and the hum of the equipment seemed louder than it should be, vibrating against my sternum. I played it again. Kyle Andrew Mercer, 1422 Ashland Avenue, apartment 7, my address. The room tilted. I gripped the edge of the desk. Who would know that? I'd worked here for 3 months. Never mentioned where I lived. Ray barely knew my last name. The overnight shifts were supposed to be simple. Monitor the automated recordings, log any glitches, go home at dawn. I rewound further. Found another spike at 238. Colleen. Your mother's name is Colleen. What would you do? Hearing something that shouldn't exist, something that knows you in a way nothing should. My hands started shaking. Not a tremble. A full shake that made the mouse click twice when I tried to save the file. I saved it anyway. The timestamp burned on the screen. 2:47 a.m. and Studio B remained empty. Or at least I couldn't see anyone there. But when I looked at microphone 3, I swear the shadows around it seemed darker than before. I tore through the studio office like a man possessed. Filing cabinets lined the back wall, gray metal doors hanging open as I yanked drawer after drawer. The fluorescent light above me buzzed with a frequency that made my teeth ache. Dust spiraled through the stale air. Each folder I touched left grime on my fingertips. Ray kept records. He had to. Maintenance logs, equipment reports, something. And I found it, tucked behind outdated tax forms, a stack of engineer logbooks bound with cracked leather. The pages exhaled a musty scent when I cracked the first one open. My hands still trembled from the recording session, from hearing my mother's name whispered through microphone 3. I needed answers. I needed to know if this had happened before. The entries were mundane at first, signal tests, calibration notes. Then I flipped to 2019 and saw the name, David Ames. His handwriting was tight, controlled, professional. But 3 pages in, the letters grew jagged. Desperate. Studio B equipment malfunctions after midnight. Audio artifacts in unoccupied room. Voices where there should be silence. I stopped breathing. The next entry was dated a week later. Recommend retiring microphone 3. Something's wrong with the signal path. I keep hearing. The sentence ended mid-thought. The page after it had been torn out. Ragged edges still clinging to the binding. David Ames never wrote another entry. No resignation letter in his file. No forwarding contact information. He just vanished. My phone vibrated against the desk. Sarah's name lit the screen. 3rd call tonight. I let it go to voicemail, my eyes locked on that torn page. What had David heard? What made him rip out that final entry? The fluorescent light flickered. Once. Twice. In the sudden dimness, I noticed something I'd missed. David's last visible words were written in ink that looked too fresh for 6 years old, almost wet in the half-light. and beneath his signature in letters so faint I almost missed them, 2 words were scratched into the paper: "Don't play." I stopped going home. The first night after finding that logbook, I dragged a folding chair into the sound booth and waited. The hum of the ventilation system pressed against my eardrums like a hand over my mouth. Studio B sat beyond the glass, dark except for the red standby light on microphone 3, glowing like an eye that never blinked. 2:47 a.m. arrived with a whisper, softer this time, just my name: Kyle. I had every channel isolated, every frequency mapped. My fingers flew across the mixing board, carving out the voice from the ambient noise. The waveform on the monitor showed a pattern, regular, rhythmic, like breathing. Sarah called at 3:15. I watched my phone vibrate across the console, her name lighting up the screen. I didn't reach for it. Couldn't. Because the whisper came again, and this time it said, "Please, would you have answered? Or would you have done what I did? Leaned closer to the speakers, turned the volume up until that single word filled your skull." Night 2, night 3. I brought coffee that went cold, brought food I didn't eat. The studio smelled like stale air and my own sweat, sharp and sour. Sarah stopped calling, started texting instead. "Are you okay? I'm worried." "Kyle, please." The whispers grew teeth. They came earlier each night. 2:50, 2:49. Louder, more desperate, clawing through the static. I mapped every occurrence, built a database of fragments, syllables that almost made sense. Then, on the 7th night, at exactly 2:47 a.m., microphone 3 captured a complete sentence. My blood went cold as I played it back. "Release me from the playback loop." The voice wasn't asking, it was begging. And I realized, oh God, can you imagine? Someone was trapped inside the recording itself. But what I didn't know yet was that David Ames had written those warnings for a reason I couldn't escape. I spent the next 4 hours isolating frequencies. My fingers moved across the mixing board until they cramped, pulling the voice out of the static layer by layer. The hiss peeled back like dead skin. The booth smelled like burnt coffee and the ozone tang of overheated equipment. I hadn't opened a window in days. At 5:30 a.m., the voice came through clean. "My name is David Ames." The words were crisp, cold. "If you're hearing this, you've gone too far already." I froze. The voice that had been whispering my name for 7 nights now spoke in full sentences, clear as someone sitting beside me in the dark. I was working overnight in 2019. Session glitch at 2:47 a.m. I tried to fix it. A pause. Static breathed underneath. I looped my own voice into microphone 3. Didn't realize what I'd done until the audio distorted. Screaming erupted through my headphones. I ripped them off, but the voice continued through the monitor speakers. "Trapped inside the playback. 6 years, Kyle. 6 years of cycling through the same moment. Over and over, you have to release me." My hands shook. He knew my name. Of course he did. He'd been whispering it all week. But hearing it now in this calm, desperate plea, "Play the file at 2:47 a.m. Route it through the main speakers. That's the only way out." The recording ended. Silence pressed against my eardrums like water. I sat there, staring at the waveform on the screen, watching it pulse with each breath I took. Could a consciousness really be trapped inside a sound file? What would you do if someone begged you for help from inside a machine? I should have walked away. Called Ray, called Sarah, hell, called anyone. But I didn't. Something in David's voice hooked into my chest, a loneliness that mirrored my own. I thought about him cycling through that same instant for 6 years while the world moved on without him, while people forgot, while his warnings in the logbook gathered dust. I queued the file for 2:47 a.m. The timestamp glowed green on my monitor. 20 hours and 17 minutes until playback. I leaned back in my chair and the leather creaked in a way that sounded almost wrong, too wet, too organic. My phone buzzed. Sarah's name lit the screen. I let it go to voicemail. Outside, dawn crept through the parking lot, but I didn't leave. I couldn't. The file sat there in the queue, waiting. David Ames waited inside it, counting down the seconds until I freed him. I just had to press play. But something about the way the booth smelled now, like copper beneath the coffee, made me wonder if freedom was really what waited at 2:47. The clock reads 2:46. My finger hovers over the play button. 20 hours of waiting collapse into 60 seconds. The booth smells like stale coffee and ozone, something electric beneath the familiar. I can hear my own breathing through the headphones, too loud, too fast. 2:47. I hit play. The speakers erupt. Not David's voice. Mine screaming, begging. Words I never spoke tearing through the air. Please, no, please, God, someone help me. I've been here for years. I can't get out. I can't. My throat is dry. I'm not speaking. But that's my voice. My exact inflection. The way I swallow between words. The mixing board vibrates under my palms. The overhead lights flicker. Studio BS soundproof door rattles in its frame like something is trying to escape. Or get in. Can you imagine hearing yourself beg for mercy when your mouth is shut? The monitors flash white. One by one they blow out with wet pops that smell like burning plastic. Smoke curls from the center screen. Silence. Total. Absolute. The kind of quiet that presses against your eardrums. Then, footsteps. Soft. Deliberate. Coming from inside Studio B, I press my face against the booth window. The glass is ice cold despite the summer heat. Through the dim emergency lighting, I see a figure standing at microphone 3. Same height as me. Same build. The air around it shimmers like heat waves over asphalt. My hand finds the window. Breath fogs the glass. The figure turns. Oh, it's wearing my face. It started walking toward me. Each footstep echoed through Studio B. Deliberate, measured, like someone remembering how legs worked. The burnt plastic smell still clung to the air, mixing with something else now, something metallic and sharp that coated the back of my throat. I should have moved, run, locked the door. I couldn't. My muscles had turned to stone, every nerve ending screaming contradictions at my brain. That was my face crossing the studio floor. My gait, my height. The way my left shoulder dipped slightly when I walked. A habit from years of hunching over mixing boards. The double reached the booth window. It stopped inches from the glass, head tilted at an angle that felt wrong. Too far, too curious. Like it was studying me, learning me. I watched its chest rise and fall, breathing in perfect sync with mine. When I exhaled, it exhaled. When my heart hammered against my ribs, I swear I could see its pulse jump in its throat. Then it raised its right hand, pressed it flat against the glass. The cold hit me first, a shock of winter air that shouldn't exist in the temperature-controlled booth. I looked down at my own right hand, still gripping the edge of the mixing board, knuckles white. But on the glass, oh God, on the glass, a handprint appeared on my side. Perfect, aligned exactly with the double's palm, moisture beading at the edges. The whorls of fingerprints I'd know anywhere because I'd seen them every day of my 28 years. I hadn't moved my hand. The realization crawled up my spine like ice water. Have you ever felt your body betray you? Felt yourself somewhere you shouldn't be? I was looking through the glass, but I wasn't on the right side anymore. Somehow, impossibly, I was inside. Trapped in the audio system, the playback loop, the recording that had screamed my future in my own voice. The double was free. And then, the door handle turned. Metal grinding against metal. The booth door, the one I'd locked hours ago, swung open on hinges that suddenly refused to squeak. The double stepped across the threshold, its shoes making no sound on the floor I'd walked across 1,000 times. I tried to scream. My mouth opened, my lungs pushed air. Nothing came out but silence. My mouth opens. No sound, I try again. Nothing, not even breath because I don't have lungs anymore, just awareness. Formless. Trapped inside the hum of circuits and copper wire. The booth smells like burning ozone, sharp and chemical, like the air after lightning strikes too close. The double, my double, stands 3 feet away. It moves with my gait, my slight limp from the torn meniscus 2 years ago. It rolls my shoulders the way I do after sitting too long. It doesn't look at where I am because I'm nowhere. The figure walks to the mixing board. My fingers tap the power button. The monitors die. One by one, click, click, click. Methodical, calm. Then it grabs my jacket from the chair back and leaves through the booth door. I want to follow, but I can't move. Can you imagine that? Not being paralyzed, but simply not existing in space anymore. Then the vision shifts. Security camera feed. Parking lot angle. Grainy green night vision glow. I'm seeing through the studio's surveillance system. Somehow. The double walks across wet asphalt, rain catching in the overhead light, and unlocks my Honda with my key fob. The brake lights flare red. The engine turns over. My car pulls out of the lot at 2:51 a.m. Gone. The feed cuts to black. I'm alone in the static, and then I feel it. The pull, backward through time like a fishing line reeling in. The booth reassembles around me, not as a place I can touch, but as data I perceive. The timestamp in the corner of the dead monitor reads 2:47 a.m. It repeats, 2:47 a.m. I watch myself, the real me, the old me, sit at the mixing board. I watch my hands cue the isolated file. I watch my finger hover over play. Then the explosion of sound, the shake, the silence. 2:47 a.m. Again. The same 4 minutes. Over and over. I'm caught in the playback loop, experiencing my own displacement on infinite repeat, and the worst part is that I remember every single cycle. They don't overwrite each other. They stack, layer upon layer of the same terror. How long has it been? Hours, days. I try to surface, to push against the current. Something gives. I feel pressure, not physical but vibrational, frequency-based. I force myself toward the microphone input. Toward microphone 3 in Studio B I surface, gasping. But I'm not breathing. I'm pulsing through the diaphragm, vibrating the air itself. And for one brief second I exist as sound instead of silence. Then the loop catches me again and drags me back under. But I'd felt it. The edge. The possibility of reaching whoever comes next. The question was whether they'd listen or whether they'd make the same mistake I did. I focused everything I had on microphone 3. The connection felt like threading a needle in the dark. My consciousness, if I could still call it that, compressed into a single point. A whisper, a breath. I pushed myself toward the cold metal mesh of the microphone in Studio B, feeling the electrical hum beneath its surface. My voice crackled through, static first, then words. Kyle Mercer. It came out wrong. Hollow. Like air escaping from something already dead. I tried again. 1503 Brennan Street. The words scattered across the frequency spectrum. I had to hold them together, keep them coherent. But the loops made it difficult. Time folded back on itself every few minutes, and each cycle took something from me. A memory, a sensation, pieces I couldn't afford to lose. Mother's maiden name, C. Caldwell. My voice trembled through the speakers. Would anyone hear? Would they believe? Can you imagine losing yourself one word at a time? I repeated the information. Address, mother's maiden name, my employee ID number, anything to prove I was real, that I existed. That Kyle Mercer wasn't the man who drove home in my car, but something felt off. The studio air tasted metallic through the audio sensors, wrong, like copper pennies dissolving on a tongue I no longer had. And my memories, they weren't sitting right anymore. David Ames, the logbook entry, the warnings he left behind. Wait, I surfaced again at 2:47, whispered my name, my address. The loop reset. I tried to remember David Ames's handwriting in that logbook. The date, 2019, 6 years ago. But the memory shifted when I touched it. David Ames hadn't written those warnings as an engineer documenting strange sounds. The handwriting was too desperate, too fragmented, just like mine would be now if I still had hands to write with. Oh, no, David Ames hadn't quit. David Ames had been trapped here, before me, inside this same loop. And if he'd been here since 2019, then who had he replaced? The realization tore through me like feedback screaming through blown speakers. This wasn't a 6-year-old glitch. The loop was older. How much older? How many voices were cycling through Studio B right now? All of us whispering our names into the void, hoping someone would listen. The footsteps were different. I'd looped through 2:47 a.m. so many times that I knew the rhythm of silence. How the air conditioning cycled, how the walls settled. But this was new, heavier, purposeful. Someone had arrived. Hope surged through my fragmented consciousness like electricity through dead wires. I pushed toward microphone 3, dragging myself through the audio system circuitry. The metal casing hummed cold beneath what used to be my awareness. I could taste copper, smell old dust trapped in foam padding. When you exist as pure sound, you feel everything the equipment feels. The door to Studio B opened. Sneakers squeaked against tile. A woman's voice, young, muttered something about the thermostat. I heard the rustle of a jacket being removed, the hollow thunk of a coffee mug on the mixing board. She sat down in my chair. I gathered every scrap of myself and whispered her name through the diaphragm. Maya, the chair creaked. She'd heard something. I knew that pause, the head tilt, the breath held, the finger hovering over the rewind button. I'd done it myself, hadn't I? How long ago? Days, years? Hello, she called out. I pushed harder. Maya Foster, help. Her fingers flew across the keyboard. She was isolating the frequency, pulling me out of the ambient noise. What would you do if you heard your name spoken by empty air? Would you run? Or would curiosity anchor you to that chair? She didn't run. I watched through the glass, or I remembered watching, or I hallucinated watching as she scrolled through waveforms. Her eyes narrowed. She played the segment back. My voice emerged from the speakers, clearer now, desperate. Don't play the file. But she was already searching, already finding it. The isolated recording with my consciousness trapped inside. Her mouse cursor hovered over the play button. 2:46 a.m. glowed on the clock. 1 minute left. She clicked load. She clicks play. The sound erupts, my voice, my scream, my desperate plea broadcast through speakers at maximum volume. I feel it. Oh God, I feel the pull. Like hooks buried in my chest, dragging me forward through layers of static and digital haze. The booth temperature drops, freezing. My consciousness stretches between 2 points, here in the endless loop, and there in Studio B where Maya sits frozen, headphones askew. But something's wrong. The pull intensifies, splitting me wider, thinner. I'm not moving toward freedom. I'm expanding. And Maya, she gasps, gripping the desk as her breath fogs the air. Her eyes widen. She hears it now, not just my voice, but all of us. David Ames whispering coordinates. Someone older, fragmented, begging in a language I don't recognize. We're a chorus of the trapped, humming through copper wires and circuit boards. The clock resets. 2:47 a.m. Can you imagine what that feels like? To fracture into sound itself. Maya stumbles backward, but she doesn't leave. She just stares at microphone 3, listening. Somewhere beyond these walls, my doppelganger wakes in my bed, my apartment, my life, Sarah's warmth beside him. He'll brush his teeth with my toothbrush, drive my car, live, and I'll surface again next week, next month, whispering names to the next curious engineer who works the graveyard shift. Studio B hums, the loop tightens. We wait in the frequency between silence and sound, trapped in the 247 that never ends. The lights died at 3:47 a.m. I was halfway down the basement corridor when the fluorescence cut out, plunging County General's guts into darkness. My boots scraped concrete. The emergency generator kicked in, that familiar diesel growl I'd heard 1,000 times, and the lights flickered back. Weak, stuttering. I didn't need my flashlight yet. The generator room hummed steady behind me, all systems normal. I'd checked it twice already. Nothing wrong. Nothing I could see anyway, but the morgue corridor. Oh, the morgue corridor was different. The overhead lights strobed there, rapid-fire pulses that turned the hallway into a flip book. On, off, on, off. My eyes struggled to adjust. The smell hit me first, ozone, sharp and electric, mixing with something sweeter, formaldehyde. The morgue's perfume. I squinted down the long hallway. Metal drawer handles lined both walls, catching light with each flicker. On, off, on, someone stood at the far end. My chest tightened. I froze mid-step. The figure was motionless, silhouetted against the emergency exit sign's red glow. Off, on, off, still there, not moving, just standing. I blinked hard. Hello. My voice echoed off concrete and came back wrong, too flat, too dead. The light stabilized, holding steady now with a faint electrical buzz. I could see clearly down the entire corridor. Nobody there. The hallway was empty, completely empty. Just those drawer handles and that red exit sign bleeding light into the dark. I exhaled slowly, feeling my pulse in my throat. Shift work does this sometimes, makes you see things that aren't there. I pulled out my phone, called it in. Electrical fault, intermittent power loss, basement level. Standard report. I turned to leave. But the question followed me up the stairs, cold and insistent as the formaldehyde smell clinging to my uniform. Why had the figure been wearing the same clothes as me? The call came again the next night. 3:47 a.m. Exact same time. My phone buzzed with the dispatcher's monotone voice. County General, basement electrical fault, morgue corridor. I told myself it was coincidence. Hospitals have electrical problems. Old buildings, bad wiring. Nothing strange about getting called back. But I brought my heavy flashlight this time. The generator room looked identical, humming machinery, that persistent ozone smell hanging in the stale air. I walked toward the morgue corridor and the lights began their rapid strobing pulse. My thumb found the flashlight switch. The figure stood at the hallway's end. This time, oh, this time I saw everything. The strobing lights froze him in snapshots, each flash revealing more detail. He held a red metal toolbox, my model. The exact dents in the corners matched mine, and on his chest, a badge glinted under the emergency exit sign. I squinted. The name was mine, Marcus Levy, maintenance. My breath caught. The cold down here suddenly felt wrong, too deep, like it was seeping through my skin into my bones. The lights stabilized with an electric click. Empty hallway. Just concrete and shadows. But there, dead center in the corridor, perfectly aligned with the floor tiles, sat my toolbox. The red paint gleamed under the fluorescent lights. I looked down at my right hand. Empty. I'd been carrying it when I entered. I know I had. The weight of it, the familiar worn handle. I never set it down. Would you remember putting something down? Could you forget in just seconds? I walked forward, each footstep echoing too loud. The toolbox sat there, impossibly centered, like someone had measured the exact middle of the hallway and placed it with surgical precision. I reached for the handle. The metal was ice cold, and that's when I heard the scraping sound behind me, coming from inside the morgue. My hands shook as I knelt beside the toolbox. The latches clicked open, metal so cold it burned my fingertips. Inside, nestled between the screwdrivers and wire strippers I'd used for 20 years, lay a single hospital toe tag. White plastic, black ink, my full name printed in block letters, Marcus David Levy. I lifted it, and my breath stopped. Today's date, December 17th. Time of death, 4:15 a.m. My watch read 4:09, 6 minutes. What would you do? Hold a tag with your name, your death, counting down like a timer you can't shut off. I wanted to laugh, to scream. The sound caught in my throat came out as a choked gasp that echoed down the corridor. The fluorescent lights died. Total darkness swallowed the hallway, so complete I couldn't see my hands in front of my face. The generator hum continued, steady as a heartbeat, but no power reached the lights. I fumbled for my flashlight, dropped it, heard it clatter against concrete. Behind me, metal scraped against metal, slow, deliberate. The sound of a drawer sliding open on ancient rails. My fingers found the flashlight. I pressed the button, nothing, pressed again. The beam flickered once, twice, then held. I wasn't in the hallway anymore. I stood inside the morgue. The walls surrounded me, lined floor to ceiling with metal drawers. The formaldehyde smell was overwhelming now, chemical and sweet, coating the back of my tongue. One drawer gaped open at eye level, 3 feet away. Empty, dark. The label beneath it glowed white in my flashlight beam. My name stared back at me. I stumbled backward. My spine hit cold metal, another drawer behind me. The impact sent vibrations through my ribs. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. The label on the open drawer at eye level was crisp, white, unmistakable, Marcus Levy. No, I ran. My boots hammered concrete. The formaldehyde stench clung to my throat as I sprinted toward the double doors. Behind me, nothing moved. No footsteps followed. Just the steady hum of the generator vibrating through the walls. I grabbed the door handle, twisted hard, locked. I yanked again. The metal wouldn't give. My shoulder rammed the door. Pain exploded through my collarbone, but the exit didn't budge. Hey, my voice bounced off tile and steel. Someone lock me in here, silence answered. What would you do, trapped in a morgue with your name on a drawer? My hands shook as I pulled out my phone. The screen glowed blue in the darkness. 3:47 a.m. I stared at the numbers. That wasn't right. My watch had shown 4:09 just minutes ago. 6 minutes until the time on the toe tag. 6 minutes until the phone screen didn't change. The digits stayed frozen. 3:47 a.m. Time had reset. I pressed my back against the locked door and slid down. My breathing was too loud, too fast. The generator's hum was the only other sound in the entire basement. No footsteps above, no voices, just machinery and my pulse hammering in my ears. Something white caught my eye near the far wall. I crawled toward it. Another toe tag lay on the floor. Different handwriting. Different date, October 9th, 2 years ago, but the time of death, 4:15 a.m., exactly the same. How many times had I died down here? I needed answers. The generator room. There had to be records. My boots echoed against concrete as I stumbled back down the corridor, past the morgue's closed doors, past the toolbox I didn't remember setting down. The generator room's metal door stood open. Fluorescent light spilled across scattered tools and oil-stained floor. The desk in the corner held a thick logbook, its spine cracked from use. I flipped it open. The pages smelled like old paper and machine grease. My handwriting filled every line. October 3rd, 3:47 a.m. Generator fault. Resolved 4:15 a.m. September 18th, 3:47 a.m. Generator fault. Resolved 4:15 a.m. July 9th, 3:47 a.m. Generator fault, resolved 4:15 a.m. The dates went back and back, page after page, my signature, my notes, identical times, identical reports. I turned faster, the pages rustling like wings. 2 years of entries, then three. All mine, all the same. I don't remember any of this. Not one single call. My hands shook as I traced the ink with my finger, cold. The letters felt cold. Footsteps, soft rubber soles on concrete. Someone was coming down the hallway. Relief flooded through me so fast I nearly collapsed. Another person. Someone who could explain this nightmare. Tell me I wasn't losing my mind. Help me understand why time kept resetting, and my name kept appearing on toe tags. And a woman in scrubs rounded the corner. Asian features, dark circles under her eyes, a stethoscope draped around her neck. Her ID badge read, "Chen Annie, I see you." "Hey," I said, my voice cracked. "Hey, I need help, something's wrong with." She walked past me, straight past, like I wasn't there. "No, wait, please." I reached for her arm, my hand passed through her shoulder. She stopped at the generator room entrance, pulled a radio from her belt. Static crackled. "Security, this is Chen. I'm in the basement near the generator room. Found." She paused, her breath fogging in air that had suddenly gone arctic. "Found the site. Marcus Levy, deceased. Electrical accident, 3 years ago tonight." But then she turned and looked directly at where I stood. I called out to her. My voice cracked on her name. Annie turned toward the stairwell door, radio still crackling against her hip. She walked forward, straight through the space where I stood. No collision, no acknowledgement, nothing. The air where she passed turned cold. Hospital antiseptic mixed with something metallic, like blood left too long under fluorescent lights. I stumbled backward against the concrete wall, my palm flat against the surface, feeling the rough texture to prove I was still. "Something, Annie, please." She disappeared through the stairwell door. It swung shut with a heavy click. I followed. The stairs echoed with my footsteps. At least I still made sound. The fluorescents overhead hummed their constant electrical drone, and somewhere above, a ventilation system wheezed stale air through metal ducts. I climbed 2 flights, 3. My legs didn't tire, they should have. I'd always hated these stairs. 4th floor. ICU wing. The doors opened to absolute stillness. Every clock on the wall read 3:47. The second hands didn't move. A medication cart sat abandoned mid-hallway, one wheel still raised as if someone had been pushing it and simply stopped. At the nurse's station, a coffee cup sat tilted on its edge, liquid frozen mid-spill over the counter's lip. Steam rose from it in a motionless column. What would you do if time itself refused to move forward? I walked past empty patient rooms, beds made with crisp corners, monitors dark. No one here, no Annie, no doctors, no patients coded or dying or breathing, just the suffocating silence of a moment trapped in amber. I returned to the stairwell, descended. The basement generator room door hung open. Fluorescent light spilled into the corridor, painting everything in that sickly yellow-green glow. I stepped inside. He stood beside the generator, the doppelganger, my twin. Same uniform, same boots, same badge clipped to the same pocket. He held a wrench in one hand, staring at the electrical panel as if reading some message written in circuit breakers and copper wire. I moved closer. My breathing echoed in the small space, but his chest didn't rise or fall. Hey, he didn't turn. I reached out, touched the wrench in his hand. Ice shot up my arm, not cold, ice. The kind that burns skin on contact, that fuses metal to flesh. I jerked back, cradling my hand against my chest. Frost clung to my fingertips. The doppelganger's head turned. Slowly, his face, my face, looked at me with eyes that held no recognition, no warmth, just the empty stare of something that had been waiting a very long time. If he was the ghost, then what was I? The cold spreads from my palm up my forearm. Not just cold, absence, like touching the void between stars. The doppelganger's empty eyes bore into mine, and suddenly I'm not in the generator room anymore. I'm in a delivery ward. Fluorescent lights buzz overhead. A nurse hands me a bundle, impossibly small, fingers like flower petals curling against my thumb. The clock on the wall reads 3:47 a.m. Sophia, I whisper. Her name tastes like morning, but the memory fractures, splinters. She's 7 years old now, hospital bed, monitors beeping steady rhythms around her small frame. Pneumonia, they said. Routine, they said. I kiss her forehead before my shift. I'll be right downstairs, baby, just fixing a few things. The generator hum drags me forward through time. 3 years ago, this basement, my phone vibrating against my hip, Frank's voice crackling through, power fluctuation on 4th floor ICU. They need you now. I remember checking the electrical panel. Just one more connection. 5 more minutes to stabilize the grid. Then the intercom, a nurse's voice urgent. Code blue, ICU bed 7, code blue. Bed 7, Sophia's bed. I remember my hand hovering over the breaker. The hospital needed power. The ICU needed power. She needed. Oh God, the ozone smell is sharper now, mixed with the phantom scent of antiseptic and fierce sweat. I tried to bypass the damaged circuit. Faster. My hands shaking, stripping wires, twisting connections. 4:14 a.m. The breaker sparked. Electricity doesn't care about intention. It found the path through my wet gloves, through my chest, stopping my heart at exactly 4:15 a.m. The same minute the monitors upstairs went silent. I never left this basement, never held her hand, never said goodbye. The doppelganger still stares, wrench raised, frozen in the same task I died performing. And I finally understand what I've been doing every night since. The cold left my hand burning, but the memories, they stayed. I staggered backward, breath coming in shallow gasps. The doppelganger stood motionless beside the generator, tools still gripped in pale fingers. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, the same lights that had flickered 3 years ago, the same generator that had refused to stay online. Then, oh God, then it spoke. You didn't save her, my voice, exactly my voice. Every inflection, every worn edge I'd heard in recordings, in voicemails I'd left for Sophia when she was at school. The sound crawled under my skin. You stayed down here, it continued, turning its head toward me. Slow, deliberate. The lights failed at 4:15 a.m. she coded. The generator's hum grew louder, drowning out my pulse. You heard the alarm through the intercom but kept working. I had. The memory crystallized now, sharp as broken glass. The crackle of static, Annie Chen's voice urgent over the speaker mounted above the breaker panel. Code Blue ICU Bed 7. Code Blue. And my hands. My hands had stayed on the circuit breaker, trying to force the connection. Because if I could just restore power, the ventilators would keep running. The monitors would stay online. Everyone would be saved. You were electrocuted at exactly 4:15 a.m. trying to bypass the breaker. The scar on my palm throbbed. The one that wasn't there anymore, because this body, this form I wore, it was memory, not flesh. The doppelganger stepped closer. Its breath smelled like ozone, like burning wire insulation. You chose the machine over her. No, no, I chose. Now you choose every night. The lights flickered once, twice. My watch remained frozen at 3:47 a.m. What would you do if you realized the choice wasn't over? I understand now. The lights aren't broken. They flicker because my brain is dying, over and over in a 28-minute loop. The fluorescent strobe white, then dim, matching the rhythm of neurons misfiring 3 years ago when 440 volts tore through my chest. The generator hum I've heard every night isn't machinery at all. It's the electrical buzz of my last moment, replaying endlessly in whatever passes for my consciousness now. Every night I return to this basement. Every night I try to fix the breaker, restore the power, undo what cannot be undone. I thought I was being called to repair the hospital, but there's nothing wrong with the hospital. The thing that needs fixing is me, and I've been broken for 3 years. The doppelganger stands motionless beside the generator, tools in hand. I finally see the truth. He isn't haunting me. He is me, the ghost technician, forever on call, forever trying to solve a problem that has no solution. My hands look solid, but when I press them against the concrete wall, I feel nothing. No temperature, no texture, just the memory of touch. I walk toward the morgue corridor. My boots make no sound. The overhead lights flicker again, and in the strobing darkness I see it clearly. One drawer, halfway down the hall, slightly ajar. My name printed on the label in block letters. The smell hits me, formaldehyde mixing with something else. Something sweet and rotten. Would you open a drawer with your name on it? I reach for the cold metal handle, pull it toward me. The rollers glide smooth, silent, and there I am. The corpse wore my wedding ring. The metal drawer felt ice cold beneath my hand. Formaldehyde stung my nostrils, thick and medicinal. My body, the real one, lay perfectly preserved in County General's basement darkness. The uniform I'd worn that night still carrying traces of electrical burn marks across the chest. The watch on my wrist, on its wrist, frozen at 4:15. I reached toward my own face, gray skin, lips pulled back slightly. The expression wasn't peaceful. It was the look of someone who realized too late what they'd chosen. Behind me, the generator hummed its eternal song. But something had changed. The doppelganger stood in the doorway now, tools hanging loose in translucent hands. It didn't speak. It didn't need to. We both knew what came next. I could walk back to the generator room, reset the loop, spend another 3 years, another 30, trying to fix machinery that never truly broke. Or I could do what I should have done that night when the alarm started screaming through the intercom. I should have gone to her. Sophia died at 4:15 a.m. while I stayed in the basement, convinced the hospital needed me more than she did. That machines mattered more than holding my daughter's hand while her heart forgot how to beat. What would you do if you could rewind one choice? If you could loop forever, would you? Or would you finally let go? The lights flickered. Once. Twice. I lowered myself onto the metal slab beside my own corpse. The cold bit through me, or maybe I'd always